shall we say, Houston, we have a problem. All right. No, I know something's going on. I think we've got some device in the system that's on the verge of complete collapse. So if you lose the Facebook feed or the YouTube feed, it happened on 2 occasions last night. It takes me about 5 minutes to reset. And I'm hating to see that it's already occurred here 30 minutes in. If you lose the Facebook or the YouTube or the app feed, we'll get it back up and running as quickly as possible. But I got a 9:30 a.m. appointment this morning. I think I know which device it is. But everything just freezes. Solid. Boom. For our terrestrial feeds, everything audio-wise continues. But we'll see if we can figure out what's going on. Yeah, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. So let's jump over to some of the industry headlines. Yeah, we had horse feathers. Eagle was online. That's dial us back up, guys. I think the phone lines are reconnected here. My apologies. Modern technology. Got it? Okay, thank you, Roy. 10-4. Iron Duck said it's the YouTube police. No, it is on this end. You can hear something just and everything freezes solid. I actually have to literally unplug the computer, let everything restart to try to get things restored. It's a pain in the you-know-what, but... All right, meanwhile, let's keep our fingers crossed, all right? Now, Groundhog's Day, almost here. Yes, indeed, and Punxsutawney Phil will soon emerge to look for a shadow. According to legend, looking for more winter, or I don't think this is going to happen. Early spring, forget about it. Historically, Phil, if he sees his shadow, therefore predicting 6 more weeks of winter, and that's about 84% of the time. This year, obviously, statistics and the upcoming pattern should work in tandem and favor 6 more weeks of winter. So I predict Phil and other regional groundhogs will see their shadow on Monday. That's February 2nd, right? And it's going to be mighty cold. You never know from one year to next where all those thousands of people gather there in Punxsutawney, PA, Gobbler's Knob, to witness the live entertainment, the event. AccuWeather says, I predict he'll see his shadow 6 more weeks of winter. People headed to Gobbler's Knob to see Phil. You're going to have to bundle up. It's predicted to be the coldest Groundhog Day morning since 2019. Temperatures right now supposed to be within a few degrees of zero. Not the kind of weather you want to be spending hours out there. Frostbite, hypothermia. Even if Phil declares an early spring, a frigid February likely for the eastern half of the country. They're already telling us the polar vortex could unleash another surge of bitterly cold air across the country and the eastern U.S. around mid-February. And that was just coming down the pike. All the signs around the Arctic, the North Pole, showing what we saw back for that week or so back in December, where the polar vortex will make a return, just keeping us locked into the deep freeze. Meanwhile, warmth will be pretty widespread out west. I hope you're enjoying that. Western portions of the country, you'll see warmer temperatures through most of the month. AccuWeather will be releasing their complete spring forecast next Wednesday, they tell us. The 28th, is that next Wednesday? Yeah, January the 28th. So that's actually today. Okay, this is the 28th, you ding-dong. It is 844-844-3388. We've been concerned about the power grid. I got the latest update this past day. 12%, they tell us, of the grid has been kind of knocked offline with the bitter cold temperatures in recent days. We'll try to get the latest on that here momentarily. Meanwhile, NASA. I'm not going to get to talk to Phil. He didn't tell us how many days. He's had a few vacation days he was taking this past day, today, and not sure if he'll be back for our Thursday or Friday. But talking about space, what's going on? NASA just took another big step toward launching the next crewed moon mission. The 4 astronauts of the Artemis 2 mission now in quarantine in Houston, Texas. That keeps everything on track for a possible liftoff early next month. This time frame, called the Health Stabilization Program, typically starts about 14 days before launch, according to NASA. Beginning quarantine now preserves flexibility as the teams can work toward potential opportunities in the February launch period, which there are several windows. Artemis 2 will send 4 astronauts on a roughly 10-day flight around the moon aboard the Orion capsule. They will not be landing on the lunar surface with this particular mission or even orbit around the Earth's nearest neighbor. Still, it will be the first crewed flight to lunar realms since the Apollo 17. We're talking 1972. Statement from NASA said, we're eyeing a liftoff as soon as February. 5 potential launch dates next month. You've got several days, February 6th, 7th, and 8th. Another window on February 10th or 11th. 2 other windows open if Artemis 2 can't get off the ground in February. One in March the 6th through the 9th, as well as March 11, and then April. You got April 1 or April 3rd through the 6th. Several opportunities. If all goes well with quarantine in Houston, the Artemis 2 astronauts will fly to the launch site, the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, about 6 days before liftoff. There, they will live and work in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. During quarantine, the crew can continue regular contact with friends, family, and colleagues who are able to observe the quarantine guidelines. Of course, avoiding any public places, wearing masks, maintaining distance from others that they come in contact with as they continue the final training activities. Those training activities will continue in the days ahead of the mission. Simulations, medical checkouts. NASA currently gearing up for a pivotal February 2nd fueling test with the Space Launch System, or otherwise known as the SLS rocket, which rolled out to the launch pad, Pad 39B, on January the 17th. Now, there's no guarantee everything will go well with that test. It's called a wet dress rehearsal. For example, wet dress rehearsals with the Artemis 1 mission revealed leaks of liquid hydrogen propellant, which contributed to rather lengthy delays. Artemis 1, as we know, eventually launched November of 2022, successfully sending an uncrewed Orion to lunar orbit and back to Earth. Around the country as we roll into a brand new day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive at 844-844-3388. All right, not often do we get Eagle out of the box, but here he is. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, you already having technical difficulties, I see. I was on hold and the telephone hung up.
Everything goes silent.
Everything went silent. I don't know. I don't know if what that guy said last night. If you have a troublemaker out there trying to hurt your show, or if you just got some technical difficulties with something, I don't know what's going on.
I think there's a device called a Stream Deck, and I know. They're at the Hot Shot Secret facility where they do their Hot Shot Secret live broadcast. They used to do it every week. I think they do it like once a month now, but they use the same setup. And one of their Stream Decks took a dump here a couple of years ago, and when it goes out, I mean, everything just cuts everything off.
Yeah, it happened last night. It just happened. When I was talking, the show went off, and then you had to restart it. If you go on YouTube, you can see that you had two different shows last night. I think one of them was like 2 hours, and the other one was like 2 or 3 hours or something like that. I think it was shut off once or twice last night. It splits the show up, but yeah, people can still listen to it on YouTube. It just split up into like 2 or 3 shows. I think that's what happened.
Yep, correct.
I don't know about Facebook, and I listen to you on YouTube, but after I hang up with you, I usually listen to the YouTube feed, or I don't really deal with the Facebook, but I usually do the YouTube. But yeah, Steve, there's a lot of interesting news tonight, man. This deal here in Minnesota is like a soap opera. Like a soap opera, every day is something new. You know something, Steve? I'm gonna say something tonight, and some people might get offended, and they might not. I really don't care at this point. Everybody has an opinion, and I've given this more than enough thought. I've had over a year to look at this situation, and I've come to the conclusion what I'm about to say before I get to what happened to Ilhan Omar tonight. I'm coming to this conclusion, Steve, with Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem shouldn't have got that job to begin with, because she knew nothing about Border Patrol activities. She knew nothing about how to control men and individuals. I don't think that she should continue on as that. I'm not talking about what happened. She had a damn thing to do with what happened in Minnesota with the man getting shot. I'm talking about over the past year, the work that she has been doing. Not very impressive to me, and a lot of other people see the same thing. I think Donald Trump can find somebody better to do that job, and that's what he should do. She's just not the person for that job. Maybe she can continue on in another role, but she's not the individual. I can't really say what I want to say, but I'm saying it in a very nice way that she needs to move on. Now, as far as the other guy, Bavino goes, I talked to you about him last night. Bavino, he got the big head. He thought that he was a superstar. He wanted to be on TV and the cameras, and the incident that I talked to you about last week, Steve, when he went to the convenience store with him and his people, and the clerk escorted them out of the business. They said they didn't want to do business with him and his people. That led up to him being fired, because as they were driving down the road, none of his fault. These agitators, and it's already been confirmed that these people are Antifa. Antifa is in Minnesota right now. These are the troublemakers that are out there causing havoc. That's what they want. They went from Portland, Oregon, to Minneapolis, Minnesota, and wherever the Donald Trump sends the next ICE project, that's where they're gonna go next. They'll head that way too, because that's what they do, is cause problems. But anyway, when they got stopped by that vehicle and the confrontation occurred, they blocked the cars. Bavino got out of his car, and he threw a chemical agent or some type of agent at the crowd. That's not a good look. People, for the commander of ICE to do that, that's what his men is designed to do. And it looked like he took pleasure in doing that. That wasn't a good look. That a lot of people believe that's the reason why he was demoted or moved to another position, because of that action that he took when he threw that smoke ball or whatever the hell it was at the crowd of people. And that just wasn't a good look for the Border Patrol people. And then I told you about the cocky, arrogant attitude he had at these press conferences, where he said what he had to say, and then he answered one or two questions, and walk off the stage. He should have took more questions. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered when you got people getting killed, with the woman and the man. That you got to take more than two questions. People want to know what the hell's going on, and they deserve to know what's going on, and he didn't respect that. So he's no longer in that position. Who will he get after that? I don't know. Now, getting to this situation with Ilhan Omar, Steve, some breaking news tonight.
Right.
I took a nap at the truck stop, thinking things was cooling down, Holman in town, and, Holman talking to the mayor and the governor. So I figured everything gonna be cool tonight, calm. And what do you know, as soon as I wake up, I turn my phone on, first thing I see, Ilhan Omar attacked at a press conference. So I go to the video and I look at this video. Ilhan Omar is talking. Naturally, she's talking bad-mouthing Donald Trump and Kristi Noem and
right.
Trump administration, because that's what she does. Somebody in the crowd, how he got in that room, I don't know. He stands up and sprays some kind of chemical, water, I don't know what it is. He sprays some kind of chemical on Ilhan Omar, and all chaos breaks loose. The man is tackled, wrestled to the ground, and escorted out of the building by the authorities, whoever they. Omar continues on with her speech, and but this is a dangerous situation, Steve. Now that man, I don't know who he was. He could have easily had a gun, and we would have seen something very bad happen tonight. I don't want to see nothing bad happen to none of these. Yeah, Ilhan Omar is a criminal. She's done a lot of bad things, but I don't want to see nobody get hurt, especially on live television. They need to have more security for everybody, from all the congressmen, Trump, everybody included. We got some serious psychopath people out here right now. They're on the left and the right, mainly on the left, and some very bad things are gonna. These people are very dangerous at this point. That man, this man on Saturday, this guy who lost his life. It's more and more things are coming out about this guy. They're saying that he was in another confrontation with the police days before he actually lost his life. That this is not the first time
right.
that he was in one of these protests, from what I learned today. So he's not Mr. Innocent like they're trying to portray this man. This man, his family members basically gave him away when the comments they made, where they said they told the man not to go there, and definitely don't go there looking for trouble. And like we've said over the last couple of nights, Stephen, Donald Trump said the same thing I said. He said he wasn't happy, yet a man went there with a gun and 2 magazines full of bullets. You don't walk around with that type of equipment if you don't have bad intentions in your mind. So, like I said, he should have left the gun. He should have left the ammunition at his house and went to if he claimed he going to peacefully protest, that's what he should have done. But he decided to do it a different way, and then like I told you last night, he decided to get into the action, and he learned his lesson. Well, he learned a very bad lesson. So, like I said, Steve, we got some very bad things going on right now. Donald Trump, hopefully, he can negotiate a deal with Walz and the mayor. They can unlock these jails and release all the bad people, the illegals, get them out of the jails, and then Donald Trump and ICE can move on to another city. The longer this man prolongs the holding up and the standing in the way of Donald Trump and ICE getting these people off the street, the longer they're gonna be in Minneapolis. The man needs to. If he would have cooperated to begin with, we wouldn't even be talking about this tonight. So he needs to do the right thing, open up the jails, let Trump get these people and get them the hell out of the jails and get them out of the country or whatever the hell they're gonna do with them, and so they can move on to the next city, because he's doing nothing but holding up progress. And if he continues doing that, Donald Trump and his administration needs to seek some kind of legal action to get him for holding up progress, because he's had over 2 or 3 weeks to make the right move, and he still hasn't done that. And time is running out, and he's tired of playing games with the guy. Either make the move, or we'll make it for you. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Well, there actually was some progress made. I was seeing some of the social media feed, and typically I don't share what I'm seeing via social media live. I want to get a confirmation that it's legit. not artificial intelligence or some sort of an old feed being portrayed as something new. We know that President Trump spoke with Tim Walz there on Monday, right? Yeah, they confirmed that. He said it was a positive. That's when then he also announced Homan was going to be headed in to Minneapolis. Up to that date, pretty much the orders from Walz and the mayor, Fry there, had been not allowing the state police to actually assist in quelling the violence in the streets there. That all changed Monday night. Of course, the videos apparently are indeed real. State police were kept under order, keeping the order outside the hotel that was being targeted by the protesters after that phone call with the Governor Walz. Did that call finally maybe trigger the sudden activation of the state police in defense of Immigrations and Customs Enforcement and the law? If that appears to be the case, so Walz and other Democrat leaders just pretty much conceded they are the ones with blood on their hands. The sudden imposition of order occurring outside the Spring Hill Suites in Maple Grove one night after the agitators had targeted the Home 2 suites by Hilton, where they believed some of the ICE agents were staying there. In that case, state and local police left the hotel ghosts pretty much to do what they want. Some did, barricading the doors with vending machines. Well, at the Spring Hill Suites on Monday, things changed. State police in particular actually took meaningful action against the agitators. Numerous videos posted on X showing police intervening, multiple arrests taking place. The announcements on the speakers: you have 3 minutes to disperse. If you continue to obstruct, resist, or interfere, you will be in violation of Minnesota Statute 60950. You might actually forgive the agitators for not knowing the statute, but before Monday, Walz and Minnesota Democrats across the board had been making zero effort whatsoever to actually enforce that state statute. Minnesota State Police were allowed to be deployed to shut down the attack. They had not been allowed to respond previously. So, of course, Tom Homan is now on the ground, personally overseeing the operations there in Minnesota. But what we know is if Walz and Fry, the mayor, had worked with ICE from the very beginning, there'd probably be 2 people that are not, would not be dead that currently are.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Yeah, I'm going to do a lot of traveling. I think so. I mean, I like traveling to places. I love this place.
President Trump says he has no plans to replace Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem amid ongoing scrutiny over the fatal Minneapolis shooting of ICU nurse Alex Preddy.
I think she's doing a very good job.
Trump was speaking as he departed the White House, said he expects an honorable and honest investigation, and has dispatched White House border czar Tom Homan to Minnesota while removing Border Patrol official Gregory Bravino from his Minneapolis duties. Consumer confidence fell sharply in January.
The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index dropped nearly 10 points to its lowest level since 2014 on concerns about pocketbook issues and the economy. The board's chief economist noted all 5 components of the index fell, reversing December's upwardly revised reading. Concerns about prices and inflation remain elevated, while mentions of trade and tariffs rose in January. Fewer consumers said they plan to buy big-ticket items, including homes and electronics, over the next 6 months. I'm Matt Mattinson.
The Federal Reserve is widely expected to announce interest rates will remain unchanged.
The central bank is holding its first 2-day policy meeting for 2026 and will announce its decision on rates on Wednesday. In December, the Fed cut interest rates by 1/4 percentage point. Credit card rates are at their lowest level since April of 2023. I'm Monica Nelson.
ICE agents will be stationed around Levi Stadium for Super Bowl 60 and Santa Clara. The Department of Homeland Security tells TMZ Sports the move is part of a coordinated security effort with local and federal partners. DHS says immigration enforcement is a directive from President Trump and will not be paused for the Super Bowl. Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 409 points. The S&P 500 rose 28 points. And the Nasdaq gained 215 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
A 16-year-old girl is dead after a sledding accident in North Texas. Police say a Jeep Wrangler was pulling 2 teens on a sled in Frisco when it hit a curb and slammed into a tree. Both girls were hospitalized. One succumbed to her injuries. The other remains in critical condition. A new study shows those who exercise regularly have less stress in their middle ages. Researchers in Finland conducted a study.
It shows middle-aged adults have higher chronic stress if they regularly did not meet minimum fitness recommendations. The lead researcher says the study shows regular exercise throughout adulthood may protect the body from the harmful effects of long-term stress. The study looked at more than 3,300 adults across Finland from age 31 to 46. All took part in a long-term health research project. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Buffalo Bills have a new coach.
The team announced offensive coordinator Joe Brady is being promoted to the vacant role and signing him to a 5-year deal. Brady will take over for Sean McDermott, who was fired following the team's most recent playoff loss after 9 seasons.
Ron Warner with that report. A man is in custody after spraying an unknown substance on Congresswoman Ilhan Omar during a town hall in Minneapolis. Police say the suspect lunged at her, yelling, "You must resign," before security tackled him.
We're going to keep talking. Just give me 10 minutes.
Omar was not injured and resumed speaking. Authorities say the substance had a strong, foul odor. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And away we go, another hour, and, well, we're making our way into a brand new day. Yeah, rolling into Hump Day. 28th day of January. All right. Yeah, at which point we can, I don't know, do we start looking toward the weekend at that point? I think men start thinking about the weekend by Tuesday. They actually do research on that. Yeah, when do you start thinking about the weekend? Men Tuesday, if I'm trying to recall, this was several years ago, I think women start thinking about the weekend either on Thursday or Friday. They're not nearly as anxious to get to the weekend as men are for some reason. Why would that be? Meanwhile, for those just joining us, welcome aboard. I hope your week's going well. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Couple of folks checking in, YouTube, Facebook. Jason, good morning. Passing through Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 19 degrees. Pretty moon there tonight. Dry roads. That's good. Yeah, on the way to Iowa with a load of plate steel. Drivers, be safe out there. All right, good deal. Buckeye Boy, take number 2. Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Yeah, right at the freezing mark, 32 degrees. You mentioned I-20. I had 2 tractors stuck in that mess on I-20 in Louisiana from about 4 o'clock Monday afternoon till earlier this past day, about 5. So they were there for over 24 hours. Wow, it was a mess, he said. They should be able to make their delivery later today. Maybe 10 a.m. Rather than the original 7 a.m. they were scheduled for. But all right, so they did finally get moving, right? I've been doing a lot of paperwork projects, a couple more big ones to do. Hey, but we just booked our flights for our Alaska trip come July. Still have to book the return trip, but have a great night, everybody. Yes, be careful out there. Find a way to stay warm, right? That's the key. Let's see. Scott says, I feel like the Trump administration's doing the best they can under the circumstances, including Kirsty Noem. Yeah, certainly the deaths of those 2 individuals in Minneapolis are not her fault directly. Yes, and President Trump this past day said, He continues to have confidence in Kirsty Noem. He does not plan to ask her to step down, despite the mounting scrutiny following these shootings in Minneapolis. He said, the border's totally secure. I think she's done a very good job. Now, asked directly by a reporter whether Kirsty would resign or maybe be forced out of her cabinet post, the president replied with one word, and that was no. This increased criticism following the latest shooting death by a federal law enforcement operation. In response to that controversy, the president Monday has now assigned, as we know, Tom Homan to take over the leadership on immigration enforcement operations there. It previously had been overseen by Noem and Gregory Bovina, the Border Patrol commander, the guy that's been kind of like the face on the scene there, the guy that never wears a mask. Right now, in the wake of that shooting, which the investigation is ongoing, but many are saying it doesn't look like it was necessary to pull the trigger there. The White House is kind of in damage control as the details of that operation into Preddy's death continue. Now, according to the New York Times, the president and Kirsty Noem met privately for about 2 hours Monday. Obviously, Democrat members of Congress publicly calling for her impeachment, citing the concerns over the use of force by federal agents and the overall immigration enforcement tactics. Now, the president said the circumstances surrounding Preddy's death are still under investigation, which they are. He declined to offer judgment on whether the shooting was justified at this point. We're doing a big investigation. I want to see the investigation. I'm going to be watching over this. I want it to be an honorable, honest investigation, as he put it. However, he also suggested that Preddy's possession of a firearm was obviously a key factor in the confrontation. Now, the president said you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. Can't do that. Just an unfortunate thing. Which that in itself not a true statement. We do know that he had a concealed carry permit. He had a license to carry a weapon. But it's been pretty clearly explained by Pappy and several others over the last few days. If you're going in to interfere with the law enforcement operations that are taking place, as he had that day and on previous occasions been doing, you can't be possessing a firearm. The narrative totally changes when you're actually committing a crime, which he was, while carrying the weapon. We now find out this past day the reason Pretty was actually carrying a weapon was due, they're telling us, to his previous confrontation with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. His run-in Saturday was not his first go-around. He broke a rib in a confrontation with officials about a week before that incident. According to sources this past day, Pretty, he was one of those that was actually tracking ICE in his vehicle before ultimately stopping, shouting, blowing a whistle during a law enforcement operation. He was reportedly tackled by several agents. Now this is going back to the first incident. He was tackled by several agents, one of whom pressed on his back, resulting in a broken rib. He was ultimately released at that scene. He did later receive medical treatment consistent with that injury. Now, reports also say federal immigration officials actually are keeping records on these obstructionists, like during Petty's first run-in. It's part of an intelligence gathering effort detailed in a memo circulated to agents earlier in the month, where the agents had been instructed to capture any images, license plates, identifications, and general information on hotels, agitators, protests, so we could capture it all in one consolidated form. Even in a case where no arrest is made, now officials defending the collection of that information, saying this is pretty much standard practice when individuals obstruct or threaten law enforcement. When our law enforcement encounter a violent agitator who's breaking the law, obstructing law enforcement, or assaulting them, our law enforcement make records to advance prosecution. This is not something new or groundbreaking. It's standard protocol, people. Homeland Security has repeatedly warned of these increased threats against federal officers. They have launched initiatives encouraging the public to report harassment of ICE agents. But we are going to create a database where these people that are arrested for interference, impeding, and assault, we're going to make them famous. Now, Tom Homan, I guess he was interviewed earlier this month and made that statement. Said we're going to put their face on television. We're going to let their employers, in their neighbors, in their schools, know who these people are. Now, it's not clear whether agents actually recognized Pretty during Saturday's fatal encounter. Of course, we've all witnessed now after he was wrestled to the ground, firearm recovered from his waistband, and he was ultimately shot. Now, a CNN report says that that day, back about a week ago, he thought he was going to die. That led him to begin carrying his Sig Sauer handgun with multiple high-capacity magazines, I guess with the feeling that he would ultimately defend himself with said weapon if the necessity arose. This is ongoing investigation. The pieces of the puzzle incrementally come together. All right, hello to who we got on board there. The Iron Duck checks in this morning. Gary in Southwest Ohio. Drummer Girl, 18 degrees northeast Philly this morning. I did not run the turnpike tonight. Found some snow-covered roads. The right lane on some of the roads, only maybe like 3/4 of a lane. Bayberry Road's still a mess. Some places the lane hasn't even been plowed. All right. There were my son a few years ago who lives near Baton Rouge actually had to shovel salt out of a dump truck with the Louisiana National Guard after they had an ice storm. They don't have the equipment to throw the salt. So, in the back of the truck, shovel it out. Here's some for you. Here's some for you. All right. Let's see. What's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Hey, right off the bat, it's the government officials that let this dude think that he was committing no crimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess he didn't learn his lesson, and I guess he felt that he was unjust hurt by ICE agents previously, that they were the ones committing the criminal act, not him, so he felt the need to defend himself next time around.
That's what it appears. Yep.
So, Steve, that's the point. It's the government officials in this state that are literally telling these people ICE has no authority. They're just kidnapping people off the street.
Yep.
And I guess you gotta, if you're going to be that gullible and let yourself get brainwashed to that extent without doing any investigation and just, oh well, Christy Noam ain't going nowhere. Sorry, Eagle. I disagree with you. I know you said you'd probably be some that would disagree with you. I think she's doing an outstanding job. I think she does an outstanding job when she does her press conferences. We're talking about Homeland Security here. Now, if we were talking about the DOJ, maybe a different story. But, Steve, all these leftist communists want Kristi Noem out of office.
Correct.
They don't want her in there. So why is that, Steve? She doing her job?
Well, she's secured the border. She's got, she's on top of that.
That border is secure, and we got to get these criminal, illegal murderers, rapists, gang members out of this country. That's just all there is to it, Steve. It's got to happen. So, you heard about this app, this Signal app?
Where the agitators and protesters are all kind of coordinating their efforts together.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Communicating and sharing information, where the agents are, what road they're on, where to go, how many of them there are, this is where we need to stage next.
Yes, sir. Well, Steve, they kind of cracked some codes on this app. And let's just say that there are people in the state legislature, senators of the state, that are sending these messages out using little code names in the app, right?
Mm-hmm.
Turns out that Tampon Tim's it was a female. She was in charge of his vice president candidacy, campaign manager. There we go. That's what I was trying to think of. That she's involved in this app. That she's part of this whole illegal deal going on there in Minneapolis. Excuse me while I take a sip of Joe.
And all that would, to me, that would all kind of coincide with all these officials know that the fraud investigation is closing in. I think they want to continue this violence, agitation in the streets, to maybe give them more time to try to cover up their tracks, eliminate files, get rid of any evidence, to try to cover their tracks of their fraud.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Listen, these ICE agents, Steve, are outnumbered. They're in a dangerous situation. They need to be pulled out. I mean, what you're putting these agents through on a daily basis, right? The stress levels that they are under is not fair. It's just not fair to these men and women. So like I said the other night, I think it's time to blow the whistle for halftime, pull them out, regroup, keep the federal agents doing the investigation into the criminal fraud there, the FBI, DOJ, keep them there, but pull the ICE agents out. Pull them out. Let things calm down. Continue your investigation. And then when you got the goods on these people, right, you tell them. Once you get the goods, get the indictments. Throw them out all in one day. You got 3 days to turn yourself in. Or we're going to come and get you. And anybody, if you noticed today, Steve, what happened? You just mentioned it. State troopers made like 30 arrests. Supposedly, these agitators, rioters, Antifa, were at that motel because word had it that Tom Homan was there.
Okay.
right? That's why they were there. And I guarantee you, this little phone call between Trump and Tampon Tim, Trump made it very clear. Listen, I send my head guy in there. You better protect him. You better protect him. If something happens to him, it's going to be your ass.
And all of a sudden, the state police, local police were hand in hand, elbow to elbow, shields and batons, all moving the protesters back.
Yes, sir.
Round them up.
So, we'll see what happens. Hopefully the game plan, I think, is for them to be a non-sanctuary city for a short period of time here and turn over any illegals they got in their jail and pull on out of here. Now, don't take me saying to pull out as weakness here, Steve. Now, go into another city, right, where they haven't been able to group yet. Go in and conduct business, and the first sign of any trouble, you go in there and squash it right now. Don't put up with anything like they did there. It's the only way to stop this. Only way, Steve. I mean, we can't pull out and let them win, so to speak. Right?
That would embolden, especially the paid professional agitators. Say, look, we won. Where's our next destination? Right. Let's move on.
That's what I say. The next destination, you better put the hammer down, man. Do you see this nurse? It's on Jesse Waters. This whacked out leftist nurse talking about any ICE agents come in, or you got to treat any ICE agent. We should fill up a syringe with poison.
Yeah, I
don't want to kill her.
Heard about that? Yes, poison them. And
be the first one to say, just like Eagle, this Omar getting sprayed with some unknown substance. Steve, if he's found guilty, throw the book at him. Hopefully, it was just some stink bomb kind of thing that he sprayed on her, nothing real toxic. Right? I don't want to see that done anyway. Steve, that's what were they doing to the ICE agents? What have these leftists been dumping on people? Urine, pissing in bottles, and throwing them at law enforcement out in L.A. and everywhere else. But we're not going to stand for that. I don't want that woman sprayed with something. I'm going to fight between evil and good.
Mm-hmm.
We've said this how long now? For a couple years. This is all there is to it, man. And if you don't know the difference between evil and good,
right.
Yeah,
I'm seeing and hearing some that are saying this whole thing with Elon Omar. Pappy, if someone jumped up and sprayed something on you and you had no idea what it was, how would you respond? Would you refuse to go seek treatment? It could have been acid. It could have been something poisoned, something that she refused. She wouldn't even seek treatment. I mean, did Sommers saying was this a setup deal or?
I get where you're coming from. It's possibility, Steve. It's very because this is what they do. This is what the left does, right? So let's employ our tactic and make it look like a mega support.
I mean, I'm thinking, especially as a member of Congress, you'd immediately be like, wait, what the hell was that? Let me get out of here. Get to the hospital. What was that? But no, let's hold the thought.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I just gave the farmers $12 billion because they were treated unfairly. We're taking in a fortune with tariffs.
President Trump says he loves the American farmer. In a Fox News interview at the Trump Machine Shed, that's in Urbandale, Iowa, Trump highlighted his $12 billion farm aid package announced last month.
Anybody in this room get any of it yet? Yes, yeah. And a lot of people. It's a lot of money. And you know what? You deserved it. But we're taking in so much money from the tariffs that we can do that.
Farmers have lost billions in soybean sales amid stalled trade talks with China, but Trump says the aid is due to the Biden-era policies, not his tariffs. Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 409 points. The S&P 500 rose 28 points. And the NASDAQ gained 215 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. We were talking about what's the next destination going to be? A couple of weeks ago, we were talking about the fact that they've ordered what do they call it? The temporary protected status of Haitians to come to an end. Apparently, word from federal authorities. They have signaled, I'm not seeing dates at this point, but they've signaled an enforcement window of 30 days, at least 30 days. There's Springfield, Ohio, which had some tens of thousands of Haitians over the last couple of years flooded into that area. Now, they say they've got a list of individual removal orders that have been identified in Springfield as the initial focal point for what will be the enforcement activity there, with discretion to detain additional individuals that are encountered who lack lawful status. And according to the Journal News, looks like that surge may start next week. Again, they say as the temporary protected status comes to an end there, Springfield, Ohio. All right, let me see. Let me get back. Finish up with Pappy here. Sorry about that. Had to take care of the news break. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Hey, listen to this, man. Check this out now. If this was like a little false flag, I guess, or better term.
With Elon.
That they planted some leftists in here. Listen, they got the ability to make this guy look like a MAGA supporter, right? Make no mistake about it. Pull up his Facebook, Instagram. Look, he's MAGA. Easy to do. Steve, here's the kicker. How's the media going to react to this? And I'm not just talking about tomorrow and the next day. Steve, there should be 24/7 coverage of this guy. Any arraignment court, they're going to break in on live broadcasting, show this dude getting arraigned. They're going to broadcast his trial live. And if he don't get convicted and sentenced, right, because they're going to want his head on a platter. If that don't happen, he's one of them. Take that to the bank. I bet you this just goes away. I bet you in a week from now you hear nothing about this. I wouldn't doubt it a bit. Did you hear about the Baptist church down, I forget where it was. It was down south. It was an African-American minister. Must be a Baptist church, I would assume. I'm just assuming here. But Steve, minister stood up in front of his congregation and called out Don Lemon. He flat out, don't come down here. I'm warning you right now. Don't try that at this church because it ain't going to end well for you. Did you see that?
I had not seen that, no.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This wasn't some little church, neither. From the video, pretty good sized congregation there. He flat out told him, I'm warning you. Don't you people come down here and try this. All right, bud. It's a little nippy out there. I got cigarettes and roll buttons to polish.
Just a tad. Where are we at? 4, 3, something like that, I think. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for checking in. And just as we're talking about, this just something doesn't pass the smell test, right? Laura Loomer already speaking out, calling for an investigation of what transpired, a firestorm of skepticism regarding the, quote, unknown substance attack on Ilhan Omar. She said this is the most staged thing I've seen in my life, suggesting that Omar may have staged this so she could cry victim at a time when she's actually facing severe federal scrutiny, as we know. Yeah, the tweet alleged the incident was a calculated distraction because here in the last several days, news reports regarding the marriage fraud, her accumulation of $30 million in wealth in a matter of like 2 years on a $180,000 annual congressional salary. Now, critics have noted that her reaction, actually running toward the assailant, and the video I saw, it almost looks like she was drawing back, like she was going to try to punch him herself. Yeah, and then continued her speech, refusing to go seek any sort of medical attention or investigate what the hell was sprayed on her. It literally defies any sort of security protocols if a genuine threat had been there. I don't know. It's just sharing the information as it comes in one step at a time. Let's see. Old Ironbeard, got you coming up. It's been a long time no talk. Speaking of long time no speak, well, hello, Maverick.
Hi-ho, Steve Reno. Hey, buddy.
How the heck you been?
You know what?
What?
Me and John got this thing figured out. We went and got us one of those racetrack blowers, that they use to drive. We're going around the subdivision and getting all this ice and snow off the roads and driveways. And hey, if for 25%, I'll put you down as partners, and we'll make us a big. We'll make some money.
Big money. So a NASCAR have you tried this yet? I don't know how well that would work there, Maverick.
Well, we got a few bugs in it. They're Steve Reno. When we get it cranked up, it starts blowing the sidings off the house.
Oh, okay.
We got to figure out how to get it to aim down more on. John's trying to figure it out now. It blew him up in the tree. He's trying to get out of the tree right now. But we're going to figure this thing out, buddy. And like I said, for 25%, we'll. Hey, can they start calling in your number and getting? We'll take some contracts on.
Contracts, snow removal contracts.
Yeah.
What's the
We'll get this. We'll get this thing going real quick.
Is it like $19.95 an hour? What's the price there?
Yeah, did you get? That's about right. 19. I can't see $19.95 an hour. Can you?
I sure can. Yes, I can. $19.90. How did I know that? Perfect guess.
Hey, shoot! Who said you was a dummy? Hey, nobody talked. Hey, you know what?
What? You gotta go.
How you doing, Steve?
Oh, I'm doing all
buddy?
right. Happy New Year, Maverick.
Hey, how you been, man?
Hanging with him. I'm not liking this cold. I hate winter more with each passing year, but I'm really hating this one. And I'm hating the forecast that it's going to go right on through at least first couple weeks of February in the deep freeze here.
You know it, man. Since, I guess last Thursday, we went out and got some milk and bread, and like, everybody else does, gets the run on the supermarkets. We brought it into the house, and man, I ain't been outside or opened the door for nothing. I mean, it is cold. Something I don't quite understand now. When I was out there on the road driving, and the cold weather and stuff, it didn't seem to bother me as much as it does now. I guess I'm just these old, as they say, the older you get, the more susceptible to cold weather and things comes to you.
Yeah, these old bones and blood thinners and all that stuff, yeah.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, it's hard. But I thought I'd call in tonight. up a little bit here. Just sitting around doing nothing and happened to run on Facebook, and lo and behold, there's Steve Sommers.
So did you get how much snow did y'all get? You didn't get in on the ice, did you? It was mostly just snow.
No, just a few counties a little bit south, Leetown and Columbia, Campbellsville got a little bit of ice. Right here where I'm living, south of Louisville, I think we got about 6 to 8 inches. I think city of Louisville got probably about 9 to 10, but no, we did all right. We escaped the ice.
Right.
Oh man, Nashville, all that ice.
Yes.
Man, the trees exploding.
And
man, I'm
and now to be without power in these bitterly cold temperatures.
Yeah,
that's the bad part.
My hat's off to these electrical guys out on the
working the power lines.
Oh man, gee, my knee. They deserve every bit of money that they're getting. I'm telling you, I don't know that I could do it.
Yeah.
But I thought I'd call in and say hey.
Well, it's good to hear from you. Hope your New Year's off to a good start. You ever talk to our old pal Goodwrench? Is he doing all right?
Yeah, Goodwrench is doing okay. We talk every once in a while. I guess I haven't talked to him in about 6 months or so. But yeah, he's doing pretty good.
Well, that's good to hear.
Last time I thought, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
I gotta go.
I gotta go now.
Have a great morning there, Danny. AK Maverick and John, always looking for a business opportunity.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, hello to James here this early Wednesday. Talking about the immigration before he said, this doesn't seem to be a big issue in the red states as far as ICE doing their jobs. Is it just me, or is it only the blue states? President Trump had actually cited a number of areas where they've gone in, done their job, rounded up the list of criminal illegals, no riots, no protests, and moved on. Minneapolis, it's a totally different animal. Gilligan, hello, Steve. Fellow listeners, partly cloudy, cool in Mayberry, a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina. 27 degrees at this hour. We only got 7 inches of snow at the GMA and B&S Enterprises skyscraper over the weekend, but then we got sleet on top. Everybody keep a shiny side up. Morning to Bill, just checking in. Hello, Steve. -2, feels like 17 below in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Hey, it was great to hear Maverick's voice. Check it in there. Yes, indeed. And hello to old Ironbeard. Lester, what's been going on?
Not much, buddy. How you doing?
Cold.
Yeah, I'm telling you. It was good to hear Danny. I mean, he's one of the good ones, heart of gold.
Yes, sure enough.
I drove down once one year to participate in his convoy for the Special Olympics, just because I wanted to meet him.
Is that the one where, I mean, I do recall, I actually broadcast live from a church there in Louisville one year, that evening before the convoy. Is that the one where you were there?
Yeah.
How
when
about
he
that?
staged at the church.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
I did that. I wanted to meet him, and I drove down to participate in his convoy. But so how's things going with you?
We're doing all right, just pretty much hunkered down. Ain't been out to do much of anything. I'll make a beer and cigarette run, get some extra kerosene to supplement the heat here in the house.
Yeah, they canceled my Monday run going out to Chicago because trucks couldn't run on the interstates out in PA. But I run the dedicated back, so I'm deadheading out to get my back run. Held it off a day. I normally load it on Tuesday, but the way things were yesterday around Cleveland and around the house, I held it off, and I'll grab it tomorrow and then run it on back.
Gotcha.
But other than that, so how was your holiday?
I had a good Christmas. We all ended up sick right after Christmas. Between Christmas and the New Year, we all came down with the bug. Now, didn't get sick enough to go to the doctor. We don't know if it was the flu or just a regular old cold or what it was, but yeah, just typical wintertime bug.
Yeah, we were down that way first week of December. We were at Liberty there. We went down, spent a week with Gummy Bear, going through his radiation and everything. And
yeah, speaking of which, how's that going? Is he making progress? The treatment's working? Give me an update.
That we don't know. He left today. This is his 7th round of chemo. He had his 30 rounds of radiation. The treatments, we don't know. When we were down there, we met with radiology and oncology. Being it's such a rare form of cancer, there's no known treatment.
Really?
So I asked them, Wednesday we met with radiology, Thursday oncology, and I asked them, I said, do you do scans, blood tests? How do you know that this is working? And they said, we're confident in our treatment protocol. Now, down there at Cincinnati, Dr. Turpin, he's #1 in children's sarcoma. I mean, in the world. And a hospital there at Liberty, they did the proton radiation. They didn't think the chemo would kill the cancer, but they were confident that the radiation would. But, it's like peaks and valleys. I mean, you think everything's going great, and then they tell you something else.
Right.
So he left today. I did school with him today. He's quarantined. Our house, his house, and the other grandma's house, that's it. He went down. They left this afternoon. He's 7th round of chemo, starts tomorrow. His radiation's all done. His arm's starting to come back to color and stuff like that. But it's just peaks and valleys. They'll do this, and then they'll do a scan in March.
Okay. And how old is he? How old is he now?
6.
6 years old. And how's he contending with the chemotherapy? Pretty rough.
Not at all.
No.
You wouldn't know he had it. No, not at all.
Wow.
He runs and plays like any normal 6-year-old.
I'll be darned.
Now, of course, he has no hair. He has no eyebrows. He has no eyelashes. Nothing. The one chemo he gets 3 different chemos every time. The one's called Red Devil, and he's getting the maximum amount of chemo that he can get. He got the max. They had to put him asleep every round of radiation. Maximum amount of radiation he could get. That reminds me, when you talk to Jimmy Monkey Gouger, ask him what kind of cancer he had in the arm, because it's the same thing with Gummy. It started in his left shoulder, and at one time they had talked about amputation, but they backed away from that. I mean, my heart sank. We had to go to one of the meetings with the infectious disease, because after they did the surgery, he ended up with MRSA. He wore a wound pump for 2 months, and they were talking about amputation at that point in time, and my heart sunk. He's quarantined, so we do school at the house, and I work with him on the schooling stuff, and and we did school today, and then his mom picked him up at 4:00, and they went home and got ready to go down to main campus there in Cincinnati. So, yeah, you wouldn't even know he had it. I mean, but just, as many times as he's been prodded, surgeries.
Yeah,
it's just it's just unreal.
As a kid, he's going through a lot. Yeah.
The week we were down there, Monday he did his radiation. We were headed down to the museum down there, and the hospital called and said, turn around and come back. He's got to have a transfusion. So we turned around and went back, and he had a transfusion. 11 is where they want to see the white blood, or the blood for a chemo patient. He was 7.8.
Mm-hmm.
We did end up going to the museum down there. That's really a nice museum. We did the dinosaur, the Legos, and the Children's Museum, and model trains. Man, that is cool. That is cool down there at that Cincinnati Museum. Did you ever do a Land of Illusion up in Middletown?
I have not, no. And I hadn't been, I was probably in elementary school the last time I was down, like, to the History Museum and the Art Museum. I haven't been to all this museum stuff. It's supposed to be really a lot of cool stuff down there, but hey, we got to pause for the news date as we close out another hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase reduce fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is praising John Deere during a campaign-style speech in Clive, Iowa. Trump highlighted a new John Deere factory in North Carolina, saying it's going to pay off very, very big, joking that if it doesn't, he will deny involvement.
How is John Deere stock doing? Great? All-time high? It's all-time. Everyone. I don't have to even ask the question. I mean, I made a lot of people rich.
Iowa's home to John Deere's largest global manufacturing complex as Trump continues a tour ahead of the 2026 midterms. Senate Democrats are prepared to speed up passage of 5 government funding bills to avoid a partial government shutdown.
Senator Chuck Schumer made the announcement Monday. However, the Democrats' plan will exclude funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Schumer said if Leader Thune puts those 5 bills on the floor this week, we can pass them right away. But the Senate Majority Leader has yet to detail his plan for avoiding the shutdown. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Major trial beginning over whether social media apps harm children.
Social media is going on trial. A blockbuster social media addiction trial gets underway today in L.A. The defendants include TikTok, YouTube, and Meta, which owns Instagram and Facebook. The plaintiffs are numerous, approximately 1,600, and include not only individuals, but in many cases entire school districts. They all accuse the platforms of being harmful to children. A number of Silicon Valley CEOs, including Mark Zuckerberg, are expected to face questioning during the landmark trial.
Pinterest is preparing for its pivot towards AI with plans to reduce its workforce.
The digital pinboard company will lay off less than 15% of its staff as it moves to AI-focused roles. Pinterest is also set to reduce office spaces, with the total restructuring charges estimated at around $35 to $45 million, and plans are expected to be completed by the end of September. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
The Super Bowl is still about 2 weeks ahead, but Budweiser's already giving fans a look at their ad that will air during the big game.
The beer company released its 60-second Super Bowl commercial online. It features a Clydesdale and a bald eagle as Leonard Skinner's Freebird plays in the background. The company said it knew it had to rise to the occasion as it's Budweiser's 150th anniversary and America's 250th birthday. NBC announced back in September it sold its Super Bowl ads inventory out earlier than ever. I'm Monica Nelson.
A suspected human trafficker was shot by a Border Patrol agent south of Tucson. The FBI says it happened this morning after a traffic stop.
During the attempt to apprehend him, the subject used a firearm to shoot at a manned CBP helicopter. The subject continued to flee on foot while being pursued by CBP agents who returned fire.
The suspect has been identified as 34-year-old Patrick Gary Schlegel of Arizona. He was wanted on an active warrant with a significant criminal history. He's been listed in serious but stable condition. A domestic cat in Grant County, Washington, got the bird flu and died.
The Washington Department of Agriculture says the cat was allowed to go outside and had contact with a dead wild bird. There have been other cases where raccoons and skunks have gotten bird flu scavenging dead birds. They advise keeping cats indoors, especially during wild bird migrations. Symptoms of bird flu include lack of appetite, coughing, difficulty walking, and seizures. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what do you say as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone? Welcome to Hump Day, 28th day of January. All right, midweek coming on. Hello to Crazy Ray. They're in West Michigan, 7 below zero at this hour, with partly cloudy skies. We're not a whole lot better, but yeah, back to Ironbeard. All right, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
No problem, buddy. Yeah, that museum is something else. Some place in Cincinnati closed down all their model trains. There must be 80 trains running in there.
It was called Entertainment Junction for many, many years. It was supposed to, I think They couldn't fund it anymore. It was cost a ton of money to run the thing or something.
Oh, my God. There are so many model trains in there. And then the Lego Museum, the Dinosaur Museum, and the Children's Museum. You walk down, it's like a stone path. I don't know. It must be in the basement of that thing. They got like bears and tigers, and there's rivers running, and like you're in the I don't know, like you're in real life somewhere.
Right.
I mean, it was really cool. He enjoyed that. Then one night we went up to Land of Illusion. One of the nurses there at Liberty told me about it. So we went up there, and that Christmas light display and all that was really neat. We went to Christmas Ranch, which is north of Kings Island over there off of 71. That was another neat one. Got to ride a train over there. Once these places found out that he was a patient at Cincy Children's cancer, they went all out for him. I mean, at Land of Illusion, inside a building, they got like a carnival ride. It's like trucks and tractors and motorcycles on a track, and you buy tickets, and when they seen that he was a patient in Cincinnati Children's Cancer, I asked the girl, I said, how much is a ticket? She said, $4. I said, how long is the ride? She says, what do you mean? I said, well, if, for him to ride, 10 or 15 minutes. How many tickets do I got to buy? She said, no tickets. So we went up to the door, and the guy, we were the only ones in there, me, Fluffy, him, and the ride operator. He wiped down the ride he wanted to ride on, and they wouldn't let nobody else in. And he got on the ride, and I said, how long's the ride? He said, till he says stop. So about 10 or 12 minutes, I don't know. Gummy said, I'm done. And the guy said, are you sure? He said, yeah. He said, do you want to ride another ride? No, I done. Thank you.
How about that?
And,
wow.
We tried to make everything as normal as possible. Of course, he's got his elf on the shelf. And this is funny. Frosty's his elf on the shelf. Well, Thursday night, you plant a peppermint candy in brown sugar, and it grows into a candy cane. Well, that happened. And Friday morning, woke him up. I said, Gummy, it grew. And he was all excited, and Fluffy touched the candy cane.
Uh-oh.
And you talk about major meltdown. I mean, it went into major meltdown. So it went from major meltdown to being mad, and I said, look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run you guys over to the hospital, Gummy, for your treatment. Now, I won't be there before you go in, but I'll be there when you wake up, because we'd be in the recovery room when they brought him out, And he said, why, Papa Lester? I said, go back and load our stuff up. I got to get Scooby and everything, because when you get done with your treatment today, we're going to go to Cabela's, and then we're going home. You get to go home for the weekend. Okay, Papa Lester. So I dropped them off, went back, loaded up the car and everything, and come back. Well, I walked in the waiting room, and Fluffy wasn't sitting there, and I'm like, crap. I promised him I'd be there when he woke up. Well, his nurse, he has his own assigned nurse, Morgan. She's from Mentor, Ohio. She seen me, and she said, come on, Papa Lester. I said, Morgan, how'd you guys get done so soon? I said, I promised him I'd be there when he wakes up. She said he wouldn't go back. I said, what do you mean he wouldn't go back? He would not go back till he seen Papa Lester. So I walk in his room, and here's the whole radiology team and him in his room. And I walk in, and he's like, I yated, Papa Lester. I yated. And I told the radiology doctor, I said, I tried to explain it to him. I'm so sorry. Morgan's like, yeah, Papa Lester holds up the whole Cincinnati Children's Hospital radiology department. So I gave him his hug and his kiss. He said, I'm ready now.
He's ready. How about that?
So we went back then, and it was funny because we left there after his treatment. We went to Cabela's in Dayton, stopped a couple places on the way home. Not another word was mentioned about the candy cane till I get him home. Get to his house, he walks in the door, and he said, Mom, Nani touched my candy cane, and now it's not going to glow. Oh, it was hilarious. But, yeah, we tried to make everything as normal, tried to do stuff, like we normally do if he was at home. I mean, he was down there for, 8 weeks? 8 weeks. And then the weekend, we got to bring him home for the weekend. And now he left today, and this is his last round of chemo. And in March, he'll have his scans.
Okay.
And just pray they work, that it's worked. When we met with oncology, they told me the same thing. We're confident in our treatment protocol, but that hospital down there, you guys have that doctor, Dr. Turpin. He's #1 in the world in children's sarcoma. He's written papers. He teaches on it. He's #1. And being Gummy's cancer is so rare, he has a team of doctors. I mean, I hope he's not a guinea pig.
Right.
But
sure.
And then at Liberty up there, where we were doing the radiation at off of 75 there, they had a sign hanging on the wall there, #1 in children's cancer. So it's all associated with St. Jude's.
Yes, yes. And that's supposed to be that's supposed to be some of the best in the world, those folks.
Well, yeah, and that Dr. Turpin there. Well, see, they got like Philly, Houston, Memphis, Cincinnati, and Dana-Farber up in Chelsea, Mass. But sarcoma is Cincinnati. And sarcoma is the type of cancer he has, which I've learned more about cancer since July than I ever thought I'd ever know. And sarcoma is the hardest one to cure because it's a soft tissue cancer.
Oh.
But we've been to so many meetings, and I mean, since July 21st, I mean, our world fell apart. And, you know, it's just
a whirlwind.
Oh, my God. You know, this all started as a little bump on his shoulder. Fluffy took him to the... Gummy always would get his mosquito bites infected. They'd always get infected. Well, he had a bump on his shoulder. Well, it started to grow. So his mom made an appointment with the pediatrician, so Fluffy took him. And that Thursday morning at 10 o'clock, and the pediatrician said, that's infection, and we got to get that out of there. So she made an appointment with the surgeon 4 o'clock that Thursday afternoon. Went to the surgeon. Surgeon said, we got to get that infection out of there. We're going to operate tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Well, when they opened it up, it wasn't infection. It was a golf ball-sized tumor that had two different types of cancer on it.
Wow.
Yolk sac tumor and sarcoma, which is unheard of. But it was just a bump. Just a week before that, we went to the Asian Lantern Festival at the Cleveland Zoo. And Gummy walked through the whole thing, probably 2 miles walking through that. And, you know, I mean, he walked through the whole thing. It never hurt him or nothing. And he was 5. He turned 6 in October. And it's just one thing after the other. And, you know, like today, he can't go to school. His immune system's too low.
Right.
So I'm his teacher. He doesn't like do school, but he'll do it with Papa Lester. So him and I do school. So
wow.
Normally it's on Thursdays and Fridays I do school with him, but this week it was on Tuesday. I backed my runoff a day. So,
well, Lester, I appreciate the update there. So, obviously, everybody out there will be thinking, praying for the little tyke to get through this.
Yeah, please do. I mean, pray that this worked, because they really have. You know, they're just. It's like oncology told us: there's no known treatment for this type of cancer.
Mm-hmm.
We're confident in our protocol, and the oncologist told us the chemo's going to kill the yolk sac tumor, but it's not going to do nothing for the sarcoma. That's where the radiation came in. And, you know, that Cincinnati there does that proton radiation where they can get within a millimeter. But when we met with radiology, I asked him, I said, being the tumor's gone, what do you target? And he said, we're not targeting anything with his type of cancer. We're sweeping the whole area. Matter of fact, they said he would lose capacity of one lung, partial capacity of one lung. So now he has a really bad cough in the mornings. That'll probably never get better. But if he lives, I guess we can deal with a little bit of cough in the morning.
No doubt, yeah. Well,
all right, buddy, you take care.
All right, tell Fluffy we stay. Go ahead.
Hey, Fluffy wanted to know if you're planning a cruise this year.
We have not. Don't have anything on the slate at this point in time.
Do I need to get after your daughter-in-law? Because she was going to check into that after last cruise, she told me.
I don't know.
Do I need to get on Lauren?
I don't know who you need to get on. I don't know. You probably need to get on me, but... All right. Well,
hey, if you plan one, we're in.
Thank you, Lester. All right, great to hear from you. Prayers for that young Ty. Can you imagine that? 5 years old, going through that kind of stuff, and that's where you hope and pray that you're getting the best treatment. And obviously, the St. Jude and the Cincinnati, that they're renowned for their research and treatment. All right, 844-844-3388. We actually touched on it, last evening. Clear your vehicles off the snow and the ice. It was in particular, Kentucky officials were urging people. Yeah, sure enough, this past day, two separate incidents involving collisions due to ice-covered vehicles coming off, smashing through the windshields of vehicles on the highways. Crews responded to a collision that involved ice dislodged from a vehicle striking another. One incident was in Nicholasville. They said, people, please be mindful of other drivers. Trooper Kearney with the Kentucky State Police echoed that sentiment following a similar incident in Girard County. I know everybody's in a hurry, especially now that the major roads are becoming more passable. This particular incident actually happened at lower speeds. Thankfully, no one was hurt. But that's the reminder that snow and ice left on a vehicle does not need high speeds to be dangerous. Even a small sheet can come loose and create some serious hazards for someone else.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, looks like Brain Dead will be checking in here coming up. First, let me get to Vic. Hello, Vic.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, that's pretty bad when those little kids get cancer. I know St. Jude, some of those ads, they got that one little girl says she's brave and courageous. I thought, well, I don't know if she's been coached or not, but I guess she thinks she's going to whip it. I hope she does. But there's that. Well, that's kind of I guess you'd say a pet peeve, and they have spent so much time and money studying cancer, but they refuse to look at the holistic medicine or natural medicine or anything. And supposedly there's a compound in black tea and one of the venomous snakes that can actually destroy the cancer cells, but nobody ever follows up on it. And then there's some, I think you had some people talk about the black salve, but that's a herb and that has to be growing in a right type of soil. But they pour a lot of money into that nuclear stuff and that radiation stuff. And I just got news today that my nephew that was 60 plus, he went through it once, and the next time he said, I'm not going through it again. So he passed away a few days ago. But I guess it's a terribly painful thing, even for an adult. And he'd spent his life as a welder at a barge company, so he was used to a lot of, rough work and everything. And I don't know, it seems like cancer is getting more and more prevalent, or maybe they're just reporting it more, diagnosing it more.
Yeah.
I don't know. But anyway, got on another macabre subject. My wife reminded me that January the 27th, 1967, that was whenever they had that fire that burned up, what was it, Gus Grissom, Chappie, and White there. And when you were mentioning that about they were running tests there with the space thing, I don't know if they were going to have crews in the capsule, but that's what they were doing whenever that missile blew up and burned them all. And supposedly Neil Armstrong had told Gus Grissom that you got to do something about this. You've got bare wires or shorts or something in there.
Yeah.
And that was pure oxygen. And like I say, that just all kind of reminded me of all that stuff that was going on. But anyway, what I called about there, they were talking about that Border Patrol agent. I've kind of forgotten his name. It's kind of an odd, but, well, I won't say it because I'd butcher his name. But remember, he was in the Border Patrol when Biden was allowing caravans to come across the southern border. And I would imagine and that he was probably threatened, I know, with a lot of the legal stuff and governors here in this country, along with the various narco terrorists there in Mexico and other places. And there's one group there in Mexico, La Zeta or something like that. They were actually Mexican special forces originally, and there was so much corruption going on and so much money that they turned in to one of the, I guess you call them cartel members or whatever. So they're well trained. So then he comes to Minnesota, and I would imagine he was probably just a little bit aggravated with what Minnesota was pulling. And Minnesota is also a border state with Canada. And a lot of those cartels had started bringing people across the northern border. So I don't know. There's just so much stuff going on up there in Minnesota that I frankly don't understand. And Minnesota, I was surprised to find out that they had a law that said even federal agents had to be invited in by a peace officer or someone else from Minnesota. I don't think that would really stand up, and that included the FBI and everything else, because I was curious how the FBI or whoever was conducting the fraud investigation. So is Governor Walz going to have to invite them in to investigate his fraud?
Right.
I mean, that's kind of a weird situation, But no, I think they've all, Kirsty Nome, she was there in South Dakota, bordered Minnesota, and if you'll recall, the Indians up there, they wouldn't allow her on reservations because she was a state official and not a federal official. And there again, Minnesota also has a tribal council, and federal officials enforce the tribal law if anything really serious happens. So by and large, I would say that this kind of falls back to Trump. I don't know if he expected that much resistance or what, because if he modeled it all on D.C., because essentially Trump could control D.C. because he pretty well, runs that area. And when he went to other states, he ran into a lot of this resistance. But
and if
when
I remember initially in D.C., you remember, was it Muriel Bowser was adamantly against them coming in? It didn't take but a few days, and she kind of came around and saw that they were actually making a difference. The crime rate's going down, and ultimately kind of supported what was taking place there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is praising John Deere during a campaign-style speech in Clive, Iowa. Trump highlighted a new John Deere factory in North Carolina, saying it's going to pay off very, very big, joking that if it doesn't, he will deny involvement.
How is John Deere stock doing? Great? All-time high? It's all-time. Everyone. I don't have to even ask the question. I mean, I made a lot of people rich.
Iowa's home to John Deere's largest global manufacturing complex as Trump continues a tour ahead of the 2026 midterms. Pinterest is preparing for its pivot towards AI with plans to reduce its workforce.
The digital pinboard company will lay off less than 15% of its staff as it moves to AI-focused roles. Pinterest is also set to reduce office spaces, with the total restructuring charges estimated at around $35 to $45 million, and plans are expected to be completed by the end of September. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What day is it anyway? I don't know. It's a Monday for some of us. Morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve-O. You had a good weekend?
Yeah, too short, too snowy, too cold.
We just went skating through ours. But real quickly, if you are going to Mississippi or down to Jackson, Mississippi, or to Tupelo or Birmingham out of Memphis, find a different way. I-55 and I-22 has been a mess all day. They're saying it's not going to get any better for the next 48 to 72 hours. There's a whole bunch of jackknife semi-trucks down there around Batesville, Mississippi. And one of the news crews left Memphis to Batesville, actually. Normally would take an hour, took them 3 hours. So if you can avoid those areas, just find a different way.
Okay.
Also, US 72 runs to Muscle Shoals, Alabama, out of Memphis. If you're going to go that way, get fuel and top off before you leave Memphis, because there is no power at all and no fuel from Sladen, Mississippi, which is just outside of Collierville, which is one of the suburbs of Memphis, all the way to Corinth. Just be careful, be safe. If you have a delivery in Memphis, please make sure to call first to make sure that they're even open. I'm driving right now in the city, and I'm going to tell you what, this is pathetic. We had a storm about this time last year, and we had 2 lanes, dry roads, in a couple of days after the storm. We are literally 2 days after the storm, 2.5 days after the storm, and we have a 1-lane cow path with ice built up. It's like follow the leader. Mm-hmm. This is honest to God ridiculous and honest to God stupid. Maybe we need to trade public works director, Steve. Maybe we need to get yours from Cincinnati down here to show our guys here how to do it properly.
Is the difference last year? Did it get really cold? I mean, right now it's so cold. I mean, even here the salt doesn't do much any good. Once you get down to, I think, 15 degrees, do they even have salt down there? Or?
Yeah, we got salt.
Okay,
but see, like last year it was colder. It was like negative. It was like 0 for a high. But they were still out here plowing and scraping. It's like they put the brine down, went home, drank a few beers, said, well, we'll worry about it later. I mean, Mississippi is always Mississippi. They've always said for many years, well, God put it down there. God's
He'll take it away. I've heard that.
Yeah. No, I'm being serious. And, you know, people up north and everybody else makes fun of us down here in the South about going to the bread and buying up the milk, the bread and whatnot. Lafayette County, Alcorn County, Tippah County, they got nailed by an ice storm. I mean, it is horrible down there. I mean, they have people driving 2 hours to get gasoline, to get just to get gas for their generators. I saw today, I think I put up on your fan page of TVA how they've got some substations coming back online, but this was a mess. This is just nothing but a pure, solid mess.
Wow.
And it's just going to take time. they're saying that I've been hearing down in the Oxford area that a lot of the schools are going to be out for the next 1 to 2 weeks because the roads are that impassable.
Well, yeah. I mean, the trees and the power lines. I mean, there's a ton of people in the dark there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's pathetic. I mean, honestly, I mean, they sat there. I saw where Knoxville got hammered pretty good, and they pulled all the snow plows and put them into Middle Tennessee. Why? Why? I mean, if their roads are bare dry, I can see why pulling them to there. But did they pull ours too? I mean, it's honestly stupid and ridiculous. I mean, I've never seen it like this. I mean, even our own street. I mean, it was 10 miles an hour to get out of my little subdivision, where we live. But once we got to the main road, it was just wet. But I don't understand our mayor, because I live across the bridge in West Memphis, and they have all these grading equipments. They have all these loaders. They have all this equipment, but yet they're sitting at home drinking a beer and saying, "Okay, well, we'll just watch it snow."
Wow.
I mean, it's honestly stupid. I mean, we have people pitching in and helping other people right now. So, but do you remember what happened 81 years ago yesterday, Steve? January 27th, 1945?
I can't say that I do.
The liberation of Auschwitz.
Well, okay.
Can you believe it?
Yeah. Wow.
81 years ago. But you know what happened 40 years ago today in 1986?
Refresh my memory.
The Challenger explosion. Remember that?
I do. Yes, I remember that clearly, because I was watching it live. You know how much I'm into the space stuff. I was actually watching that live.
Yep, I was too, except I was a lot younger. So,
Right.
But anyway, let's switch gears here for a minute. I saw today that Bill Belichick is not on the ballot for the Hall of Fame for NFL football. Did you see that?
No, sir.
Yep, they're not going to put him on the ballot for the Hall of Fame. I imagine why, because, poor North Carolina football team went, 1-14 this year or something like that? I can't remember. But I did see a blurb when I was getting ready. They settled up the Duke lawsuit for the NIL money. I don't know if you can pull that up or not. I saw a little bit on that. I didn't quite catch it all. But speaking of NASCAR and ICE, I did see a statement from Ben Kennedy earlier. He said that they're going to try to hold the race this weekend. And they're out there cleaning the track a lot better than what we are around here.
I did see that. So supposedly they got the infield and the track cleared, but now they're saying they may get several inches of snow over the weekend there.
Well, see, I looked at AccuWeather, and I didn't see anything in the forecast for that evening. Now, maybe the day before, but I didn't see anything that evening. I know it's going to be colder than you know what,
right?
But even if and a lot of people are saying, well, why don't they just go down to Daytona? Go down to Daytona. Okay, well, Daytona's not going to be much warmer anyway. I mean, it's supposed to be about the same low temperature when they run this at 7:00 at night.
Right.
So I mean, maybe the best thing to do is just change it to where the All-Star weekend is, and maybe make it a little bit more better that way. I mean, that's just my opinion. That's just what I'm thinking. But I did hear Eagles talking about last week. I think it was about Denny Hamlin not running NASCAR this upcoming year, and he did Bob Pockris did an interview this past week. I did see it. He said he is coming back. I mean, he's resilient, and if I was going to be one of the ones to pick to win the championship, that's going to be the one. I mean, he ran under the old playoff system. He knows how to work it. He's just he's going to be good. I mean, he's going to give him more motivation with the fire and the death of his father and the loss of that other championship that they could have had this year too, Steve. Let's see what else. I don't know if you saw this or not, but they have a person of interest with the Greg Biffle's home being robbed. Did you see,
Oh,
you didn't
yeah?
see about this, did you?
I did not.
Yeah, they released pictures of security camera footage, and it showed his ex-wife. Clear as you can make out it was his ex-wife, but they're suspecting it's his ex-wife.
Ah, interesting.
So yeah, very interesting. But let's see. Can't believe we're almost to Daytona, the 500. The Rolex was won by Penske again. Penske went 1-2 at the Rolex. I don't know if you heard about this or not, but they had a 6.5 hour caution flag for the fog. I don't know if you heard about that
right?
or not. That's crazy. And it just so happened to be the last 6.5 hours of the race. Imagine that, Steve.
Go figure.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Well, that's about it on my book. So maybe I'll be able to skate up to Paducah today, Steve. You have a good morning.
All right, good luck out there on the roads. Hopefully they'll get things in better condition. Yeah, but yeah, I know the bitter colds have been making it very difficult. Yeah, I had all but forgot that the Rolex was even going on. Yeah, significantly affected by dense fog, resulting in a record-setting 6-hour, 33-minute full-course yellow caution period. Started at 12:46 a.m. on Sunday. And let's see, that was, of course, this past Sunday, the 25th. So cars just going around or trailing the pace car for over 120 laps of that race. This was the longest cautious period in the 64-year history of the Rolex 24. From just before 1 a.m. until after 7 o'clock in the morning, visibility was near zero, they say, forcing the field to circulate at a greatly reduced speed, averaging about 65 miles per hour. Despite the long delay, the race continued. Porsche Penske, as he mentioned, winning for the third consecutive year. I totally forgot about that. But we had other things going on over the weekend. Yeah, a.k.a. snow, freezing rain, digging out the driveway, all that good stuff. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, what else in the mix? Did you catch the deal where, you talk about never calling in sick. I don't care who you are. At some point in time, you all have to miss a day of work here and there, don't we? Anybody gone 50 years without a sick day? Well, there's one guy by the name of Joe Walsh. Yes, that Joe Walsh of the Eagles. Missed his first live concert with the band since he joined the band in 1975. First time in over 50 years. Apparently had the flu. How about that? Meanwhile, I mentioned earlier concerns about the power grid as this cold continues. And additional Arctic blasts. Another dose of the polar vortex supposedly coming our way maybe in the second week of February. Potentially even colder. Obviously, heating fuels are in big-time demand. Natural gas futures surging sharply on Monday after roughly 12% of U.S. production was forced offline by the big storm and the extreme cold. The supply shock is now cascading into the power system, they tell us, pressuring regional grids and prompting the Department of Energy to issue emergency orders allowing utilities in the PJM interconnection and across the Northeast to operate fossil fuel power plants at maximum capacity. As heating demand spikes, oil, coal, natural gas generation are providing a majority of the supply, which is preventing widespread rolling blackouts across the eastern half of the country right now. The focus, they tell us, has been on PJM's mid-Atlantic region due to the potential blackout risk. According to a report from Bloomberg, the winter storm is estimated to have knocked offline 12% of U.S. natural gas production just as demand for the heating and power plant fuel supply jumped. The big freeze has strained the electrical grids, crippled transportation, grounded thousands of flights, as we know. It's important to note that fossil fuel power generation and nuclear is ultimately what saved PJM from collapse. So much for solar or wind power. TPICAP Group, that's an energy specialist, quoted by Bloomberg as saying the deep freeze has taken about 22% of natural gas production offline in the southern central U.S. corridor, suggesting crude production is likely down by about 1 million barrels a day. At the same time, gas flows to liquefied natural gas export plants have fallen to the lowest level in a year's time as the cold disrupts upstream production and tightens domestic supply. New York natural gas futures jumped as much as 31% around the lunch hour again on Monday. Also, monthly gains are on track for a record right now. Roughly 185 million Americans had been under winter alerts as the Arctic air continues to pour deep into the central and eastern states. Wind chills dropping into the minus 20, minus 30 in some areas. Temperatures were eastern half of the country, 10 to as much as 40 degrees below average for this time of year. With this cold to be prolonged through the rest of the week, this will continue to pressure major natural gas production hubs with what they call freeze-offs, send pipeline volumes sliding and push already strained power grids to the brink. Now, they give the latest on the grids, they tell us here. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas projected a record demand of 86 gigawatts on Monday, which was higher than the prior peak this past summer. PJM Interconnection warned it faces days of extreme winter demand, an unprecedented stretch for the grid spanning the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic. Grid operators are paying large customers to curb their usage to avoid widespread rolling blackouts. Power price spiked to crisis levels. PJM on peak pricing averaging about $639 per MWH. And ERCOT North Hub prices jumping more than 1,200% day over day. Back over the weekend, the height of the storm, Sunday, the Energy Department issued emergency orders authorizing PJM to operate power plants at maximum capacity, including those being fueled by coal and oil, regardless of any limits set by environmental rules or state law. Similar orders were issued for ERCOT and ISO in New England. So, a big round of applause for fossil fuels saving the grid right now from collapse. It's not solar, it ain't wind. It's oil and natural gas. Natural gas futures have surged nearly 20% Monday. Asia morning was the worst winter storm in recent years. I've got more on the numbers, but yeah, if it weren't for those existing, still operating facilities, many more people versus those who've had trees and limbs, power lines coming down in parts of the country would likely be in the cold and in the dark right now. Let me see. Is that Buster?
Good morning, Steve. It sure is.
Hey there.
What a week. Listening to that caller's brain dead now. I was born in 56, so I was 10 years old in 66. And the Weather Service says right now that Saturday morning or Saturday our high will be 22, low 13, but 22 will match or set a new record if it goes 21, but record high low. 1966, that was the coldest warm day. My wife's birthday's January 26th, so we live with snow and cold weather for our birthdays. So it's amazing.
Year after year.
This has been, what Braindead says, what we went through in 93, 94. When you get these flash freezes, they've got to get to attack it with something other than a scraper. And I've always contended that somebody would invent some device that had heat coming out of the bottom, like when they do patches for the asphalt. You can make a kill and have a brush system that's very sturdy and have some heat going through it, and it may go slow as 5 miles an hour, faster than moving the shuttle or the space shots out. But I think you could get a lot more done, and because I feel sorry for Mississippi. At UPS in Knoxville, we started up Monday with 50. I had 53 stops, but my benchmark is supposed to be around 70. So then, today I had 15, and I just worked code 5, and nothing's moving from Nashville, Memphis, between all the shortage of electricity and down limbs. Employees cannot get to work. They say it may go another day or two because they're going what we went through in 93, and you guys have since.
So he's talking about UPS. Yeah, nothing moving right now. Yeah, we got to pause, hold the thought back after this.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Yeah, I'm going to do a lot of traveling. I think so. I like traveling to places. I love this place.
President Trump says he has no plans to replace Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem amid ongoing scrutiny over the fatal Minneapolis shooting of ICU nurse Alex Preddy.
I think she's doing a very good job.
Trump was speaking as he departed the White House, said he expects an honorable and honest investigation, and has dispatched White House border czar Tom Homan to Minnesota while removing Border Patrol official Gregory Bavino from his Minneapolis duties. Consumer confidence fell sharply in January.
The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index dropped nearly 10 points to its lowest level since 2014 on concerns about pocketbook issues and the economy. The board's chief economist noted all 5 components of the index fell, reversing December's upwardly revised reading. Concerns about prices and inflation remain elevated, while mentions of trade and tariffs rose in January. Fewer consumers said they plan to buy big-ticket items, including homes and electronics, over the next 6 months. I'm Matt Mattinson.
The Federal Reserve is widely expected to announce interest rates will remain unchanged.
The central bank is holding its first 2-day policy meeting for 2026 and will announce its decision on rates on Wednesday. In December, the Fed cut interest rates by a 0.25 percentage point. Credit card rates are at their lowest level since April of 2023. I'm Monica Nelson.
ICE agents will be stationed around Levi Stadium for Super Bowl 60 and Santa Clara. The Department of Homeland Security tells TMZ Sports the move is part of a coordinated security effort with local and federal partners. DHS says immigration enforcement is a directive from President Trump and will not be paused for the Super Bowl. Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 409 points. The S&P 500 rose 28 points. And the Nasdaq gained 215 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
A 16-year-old girl is dead after a sledding accident in North Texas. Police say a Jeep Wrangler was pulling 2 teens on a sled in Frisco when it hit a curb and slammed into a tree. Both girls were hospitalized. One succumbed to her injuries. The other remains in critical condition. A new study shows those who exercise regularly have less stress in their middle ages. Researchers in Finland conducted a study.
It shows middle-aged adults have higher chronic stress if they regularly did not meet minimum fitness recommendations. The lead researcher says the study shows regular exercise throughout adulthood may protect the body from the harmful effects of long-term stress. The study looked at more than 3,300 adults across Finland from age 31 to 46. All took part in a long-term health research project. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Buffalo Bills have a new coach.
The team announced offensive coordinator Joe Brady is being promoted to the vacant role and signing him to a 5-year deal. Brady will take over for Sean McDermott, who was fired following the team's most recent playoff loss after 9 seasons.
Ron Warner with that report. A man is in custody after spraying an unknown substance on Congresswoman Ilhan Omar during a town hall in Minneapolis. Police say the suspect lunged at her, yelling, "You must resign," before security tackled him.
We're going to keep talking. Just give me 10 minutes.
Omar was not injured and resumed speaking. Authorities say the substance had a strong foul odor. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
What do you say? How about that crossover the midnight hour on the West Coast? Welcome into a Wednesday. Brain dead talking about the road conditions. Crazy Ray there in West Michigan said we got the worst back and side roads. But the kids are supposed to be going back to school tomorrow. Yeah, we had so much snow here. You know, I was kind of surprised. I asked the grandson this past evening, you got school tomorrow? He said, nope. That's 3 in a row. No school. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. In part because some of the side roads are still ugly and the bitterly cold. Yeah, like this morning. Yeah, I was looking from the, I believe it was the Indiana Weather Network here just this past hour. Yeah, where they're saying like 7 a.m. this morning, maybe one of the coldest mornings of the week. Wind chills in the 25 to 35 below region. Yeah, and that's a concern for kids. And Rowan did say, they said something about limited access to transportation. I don't know, who gets the job of starting up all those buses and getting them warm on these bitterly cold mornings? We left off with Buster. Buster, I wanted to ask you, crossed my mind when I came across the story yesterday in regards to UPS announcing they're going to cut up to 30,000 operational roles in the year here. adding to last year's job reductions as they look to accelerate a turnaround fueled by a pivot to higher margin shipments. They also beat Wall Street estimates for quarterly results in the all-important holiday period and actually forecast a surprise rise in annual revenue. UPS last year in January said they were going to accelerate a plan to slash millions of low-profit deliveries for Amazon.com, the largest customer and growing delivery rival, saying that business was extraordinarily dilutive to their margins. The workforce reduction will be accomplished through attrition, and we're anticipating offering a second round of voluntary separation program for full-time drivers. Company shares were down 1% in pre-market trading, also looking to rebuild their profitability and stabilize volumes following the end of the U.S. duty-free, what they call de minimis, low-value online shipments. The company has cut about 48,000 jobs. They've launched driver buyouts, closed operations at 93 facilities last year, and they're targeting about $3 billion in savings for this year, 2026. They projected 2026 revenue to be $89.7 billion compared to the $88.7 reported for last year. Just 30,000 more jobs. And what do you think? The second buyout offer, they didn't really get nearly as much response to the first round of buyouts. You think they might up the offer a little bit for the round number 2? What do you say, Buster?
Well, it's kind of like what's going on in Minnesota with Trump. We all got to work together, and right now they're not working with the Teamsters. I would think if they would make something attractive to the Teamsters, because their air conditioning thing that everybody fussed about, it's coming on board. 2 months ago, one of my brother drivers, his package car was sitting in the shop for some minor detail, and it came back with a air conditioner mounted into the system. I was shocked, and he was somewhat surprised. He said they were trying this vehicle out because to see how it would go over to get an insert place in an existing structure. Listen, I'm staying. I got blessed health. I love being near the mountains. I love my customers, and I love where the company's going. And the drivers have to understand it's not. You've got to get things delivered the day it's on your package car. And I go 100,000% because the phone number's on the car. I don't really Google, but I do a pretty good job of everybody putting phone numbers on their address labels, and I'll treat the package like it's mine. And that's old school ideology. I'm ashamed that Curl wants to get rid of that kind of driver. But this medical stuff is taking over with us. I see it on Tuesday nights. A ton of pharmaceuticals. I do know that. Listen to my customers. There's like $3,000 to $5,000 worth of value of beds in those insulated boxes. But they need to give it to Teamsters. Say, we're going to do another buyout. And how can we also sweeten the pot for the Teamsters? They may go along with it, but because the times are coming. I was walking out with a management person because I got so early. I never get off that early in 41 years. And I was at dissect. I said, why we're not getting more work and all that. And I said, I heard we have a problem in K-Town on the infrastructure. They discovered a major boo-boo by the contractor. And they fired the subcontractor that was working for the contractor. And they had to redo some slides because the technology was not picking up all the scans for the AI. And in the meantime, I was saying, well, did we have any problems like that in Chattanooga a year ago? They just came on board with AI. And he said, well, Chattanooga's different. Docks was a hub that's going to be one of these state-of-the-art because we've got all these major freeways coming through K-Town. And but we're going to be a high prestigious hub for AI, so that's going to be exciting to see. So anyway, Steve, the project has been delayed. We're no longer going in on tax day or the 22nd of April. We're going in June. So that's going to be kind of wild, still be in the trailer then. And, they've got to put LED lights in our package cars. So when you walk in as a preloader, we already get the beeping sound, but a light will come on underneath the shelf, and it'll tell the loader where the package goes. I'll tell you. Steve, I appreciate Ryan sent me some business cards. I want to say thank you. And I think I sent a picture to your Sobate showing that off this coming last weekend. So I just want to say, I'm impressed with Ryan and how he's been done with public relations. And I'm doing my best out here as an ambassador because you got one of the best shows. Steve, in closing, I'd like to have a report in February sometime. What's compared to other winter seasons, how this ranks? And probably Kevin's behind me. I'd like to report on the oranges and stuff because I don't think they've been hit with the oranges getting hurt by freezes. I think you've been barely lucky enough, maybe like that fog in Daytona, keeping the oranges from getting a weather bite. But hey, that's all I got for you, Steve. I think they'd be hold over, man. That's first time ever.
All right. Thank you, Buster. And this weekend, matter of fact, I think, where the primary citrus growing areas further south in Florida, they've been dodging bullet one after another. It's getting pretty close. This weekend, Saturday, I believe it is. Maybe is it Saturday into Sunday? Going to have that next shot of Arctic air, and looks like these are going to be temperatures that indeed will threaten some of the citrus crops deep into southern Florida. Some of the models saying your wind chills could be like 24 degrees all the way down to Miami. Yeah, that's wind, not actual air temperature, but that's enough to really, 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, Brain Dead mentioned it a few minutes ago. Came across a post from the ABC affiliate, ABC 24 there in Mississippi. He's talking about some of the interstates where, I-55 and I-22, that in areas, they're still a mess. Trevor Bridget with ABC 24 said this is about rolling up on the midnight hour Eastern time. Just a few hours ago, he said, yeah, forget any travel in the ice storm impacted zones for a little while. North Mississippi interstates are totally snarled. Several tractor trailers are stuck. Traffic is barely moving. I-55 looks impassable between Hernando and Batesville. I-22 also barely moving between, is it Byhalia and Hickory Flat? Just a slow go again. And I see some of the traffic cam, major backups. Yeah, it's a mess. All right, coming up, we'll get a non-domiciled CDL update, and not good for those non-domiciled drivers in California. As I said, the rest of the story coming up here first. I don't know, what day is it?
Oh, I think it might be, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day? We got it all the way across the continent now, don't we?
Hump Day, except in Hawaii and parts of Alaska.
Yeah. Well, they'll catch up.
Do they count?
But that's why I say all the way across the continental United States. There, we don't. So, but anyways, yeah, we had a pretty good show this morning. There, we kind of been in and out of cell service and everything. So, haven't been able to stick it out here the whole time, but anyways, Ironbeard there asked, now if I remember right, Monkey Gouger there, he had osteosarcoma, which is bone cancer, and it's usually a childhood thing that's very, it's more rare in older adults, although it does happen. I mean, my grandfather ended up having osteosarcoma there just before he passed, and he was 86, I believe, at the time. And, but anyways, so I believe the blood count unit that was low, that they weren't able to, that they had to do the transfusion for, was a part of the blood called albumin, I believe it is.
Okay.
And it's in with the white blood counts. And it has to do with the immune system and everything. Because the chemo and everything just raises havoc with the immune system and the white blood cells and everything, because it's actually trying to fight the chemo, because it's not what's supposed to be in the body, even though the chemo is there to try to help fight the cancer, which isn't supposed to be in the body because it's mutated cells. And so yeah, we kind of learned a lot. I'm really thankful we haven't been through it with more than we did with the dogs, but we did find out with the dogs that a lot of their cancer is pretty much the same cancer that the humans get. So a lot of the treatments that have been developed have been because of the treatment for the dogs. They do comparative oncology, and they come up with a lot of ideas, and they work at it, and a lot of things happen in with the dogs, and then they can actually move them over for the treatment of the people and the kids and everything. So it's a pretty amazing thing, and as Lester said, you get a crash course education in the medical field anytime you deal with it, whatever it is that your ailment is, whether it's cancer or diabetes or whatever. When you get the diagnosis of it, then all of a sudden it's a major crash course, and you pretty much get a BS and masters and PhD and everything else without ever going to a university. But the one thing I can say is that you have to be your own advocate whenever it goes on like this. And I mean, I'm sure you saw a little bit of this with your Uncle Fred and other things you've been through, that the system will pass you by if you don't grab the system by the horns and yank the bull down and say, hey, slow down, explain this to me, what are our options? And you have to be your own advocate. You have to ask questions. You can't just assume that things are going to just roll on because, well, it's been out there and those guys know what they're doing, so we're just going to sit back and let them do it. You gotta stay up on all of it to make sure you're getting everything you need. I am kind of the pessimist on the cancer side, kind of like I think Vic was saying that this has been around for a long time, and we keep pouring lots of money and money and more money into the research and try to they were looking for the cause and looking for the cure, and
why can't we figure it out?
That's exactly it. So do the people that are supposedly making the cure, are they making a lot of money that maybe the cure's just into the future, it'll be coming along, but I don't know. I hate to say that.
They've been saying that for years. Do they hold back?
Yep.
Because there's billions and billions annually in these treatments.
Yeah, and to watch the people that go through it, especially the kids, and what I do with Make-A-Wish and that, it's pretty amazing to watch the kids, because a lot of times the kids with the illnesses actually want to do better for other people. A lot of times, it's pretty amazing that they put other people ahead of them, if they're trying, to some of these wishes and that, and it's really pretty amazing to see something like that. But anyway, I don't know. That's kind of what I had going on for that. So I don't know if that helps or not, but as I say, the best thing to do is just make sure that you're aware of what's going on, and as I say, always be your own advocate. So the other day there, last week, I asked you about the snow coverage there for the around the country, and then check it this week. And I got another thing to have you check on here, because it's a little bit different than the snow. We haven't heard from Sylvester lately, but have you checked at all about about what's going on in Australia and how their weather's doing down there? Have you people here are complaining.
What's my translation for 50 degrees Celsius? How hot is that?
Too damn hot.
I did see something about. I guess they got
like 120. It's like 120 or 130. It's like being in Yuma, Arizona, in the middle of summer. Of course, it is their summer down there, but yeah, it's just unbelievable how hot it is in Australia right now.
Wildfires.
So anybody?
Wildfires in the outback, supposedly, and then it's at 50 degrees Celsius. That's hot.
Yeah, well, that's halfway to boiling, because 0 is freezing and 100 is boiling. So that's halfway to boiling, which is 212 in the Fahrenheit scale. So yeah, that's hot, Your Honor. And so anybody here complaining about being cold or too cold, you can always put another sweater or coat on, or pour a little bit more kerosene in the kerosene heater. But yeah, when you get down there, you can only take off so many layers of clothes there, and then at some point, that's as far as you can get.
Yep.
But anyways, so one other quick thing here. We're talking about gas and whether there is gas and not gas. The one thing we got going on here is, I know the oil refinery that I normally haul out of in Delaware, they actually have to use the propane, which of course is a byproduct of the oil refining process. It's not something that they refine to get. It's just what comes with doing the process.
Mm-hmm.
And anyways, the oil refineries, because of how cold it is with the temperature, they're actually having to burn the propane to actually be able to keep their refining process and working here. Kind of running into a little thing here. They're trying to remove snow in the highways, and people can't figure out how to drive when they've got the lanes blocked. But anyways, for the refining process, they actually have to keep the refineries warm, and so we're actually not able to get propane, or at least I haven't seen a lot of propane coming out of this one refinery, because they actually have to use it back to keep the refining process working. So it's the byproduct.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we got a pause there though. So we'll return. News break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is praising John Deere during a campaign-style speech in Clive, Iowa. Trump highlighted a new John Deere factory in North Carolina, saying it's going to pay off very, very big, joking that if it doesn't, he will deny involvement.
How is John Deere stock doing? Great? All-time high? It's all-time. Everyone. I don't have to even ask the question. I mean, I made a lot of people rich.
I was home to John Deere's largest global manufacturing complex as Trump continues a tour ahead of the 2026 midterms. Pinterest is preparing for its pivot towards AI with plans to reduce its workforce.
The digital pinboard company will lay off less than 15% of its staff as it moves to AI-focused roles. Pinterest is also set to reduce office spaces, with the total restructuring charges estimated at around $35 to $45 million, and plans are expected to be completed by the end of September. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Tel's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. Tel has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, so yeah, horse feathers, your calculation was correct. 50 degrees Celsius is too damn hot. Like 122. I pulled up from Sky News in the southeastern region of Australia. The wave of extreme heat is unfolding in some areas, nearly 50 degrees Celsius expected. As I said, that's like 122 Fahrenheit. According to local services in the rural towns of Hopetoun and Walpyup in Victoria, 49 or 48.9 Celsius has been recorded. If those figures are confirmed, they'll be the highest on record for that state since the 2009 events, when brush fires caused the greatest damage. Yeah, so far, no human casualties due to the heat, but authorities are urging caution. There are half a dozen brush fires ongoing in the region, 3 of which are out of control. In Melbourne, where the Australian Open is taking place. They experienced one of the hottest days in nearly 17 years, where temperatures topped 45 degrees Celsius. That heat affecting attendance at the Open from about 50,000 spectators at the start of the week to about 21,000 in the following days, many people staying home. Organizers implementing measures to counter excessive heat, closing retractable roofs over the main venues, moving matches on outdoor courts. In some parts of New South Wales and South Australia, record temperatures also recorded, some of which exceeded those during the devastating brush fires in the summer of 2019. In these conditions, it is important to follow the experts' advice. Stay indoors in air-conditioned spaces, drink plenty of water, avoid strenuous physical activity on the hottest hours of the day. So, yeah, we're stuck in the deep freeze, but that's the difference. Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere. All right, welcome back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, so anyway, sometime around April, I don't know, probably mid-April maybe, I'll probably be one of the first ones to tell you that, well, you know what's going to happen then.
It's too hot.
It's going to be too hot, exactly. But yeah, I certainly would not need what's going on over there in Australia. So anyways, yesterday morning there, we had a fuel tanker roll over. I guess there was 7,000 gallons of fuel that spilled on the inner loop of the Beltway south of Baltimore. So they had most of the road closed for the one direction closed for most of the day, I believe. Really didn't get a chance to see the whole story on that, but cleanup and everything had to ensue. So I can only imagine what it's like cleaning up 7,000 gallons. Well, I've done it before. So yeah, it's a long drawn out process that takes a lot of work. And of course you got to get the equipment out of the way and get to all the cleaning and stuff. But anyways, there. So one last thing here. I heard Rambler the other night. They're kind of promoting you and your merch and all that on the air. And the one thing there, if want to keep mentioning there, to all the new listeners we got, especially with the terrestrial stuff, is that if you go to the hotshotsecret.com and place your order there, there's actually a place there that takes a couple step procedure to do it for verification, but CDL holders, first responders, and veterans get a 10% discount. And I believe there's something with listening to the overnight radio program. Doesn't something happen with that, too, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. How about an additional 10% if you use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout? Yes, that means 20% off.
And I've always found that for the product you order, it seems like Hot Shot Secret usually has about the best deal on shipping too. So not only do you get a good deal if you get a couple discounts, but you get a good deal on the shipping, and it's pretty much I'd say the orders come out almost instantaneously unless there's some major blizzard or something that doesn't allow people to go into the Hot Shot Secret facility to pack orders. But the turnaround time from time of order to time you receive it really is very, very quick, I've always found. So anyways, and always make sure that if you need that last thing to get to the free shipping part, that you just throw in that can of Never Rust lubricant spray. You'll find it's like most penetrating fluids that you'd normally use that you think are really good. You put them on steroids, and you'll find out what Never Rust lubricant is. So that's the one odd one that a lot of people don't talk about a lot that I like to throw out there. So other than that, Your Honor, I guess that's about what we got going for you. I don't know, 17 degrees here, so I guess we're kind of like everybody else. And that storm that everybody's been talking about this morning that says it could be, might not be, and all that is possible nor'easter, depending on how the models hold it. So if it holds against the coast and comes up the coast, it could be a good nor'easter. If it stays out in the water, goes towards Bermuda, then there might be a little bit of rain here, depending on where the warm is. And we're slated to have 10 days that never come above freezing, which is well within their top 10 of the record of being
right.
The length of time it stays below 32 degrees. And if anybody's interested, the coldest it's ever been in Baltimore on record is -7, and I think it's done it 5 times. One of these days is that. And I was going to say something about the Challenger there, but the Brain Dead took care of that. So hats off and remembrance to them 40 years ago, the 7 astronauts, 1 teacher. I guess it was 6 astronauts and a teacher. She was an astronaut. She was on her way. But anyways, so that's about all we got for you there, Your Honor.
Remember, we all remember, because children, school children all around the country, the teachers had rolled the television into the room. And we're going back to a time when, we didn't have laptops and computers. There might have been one computer in a room, like a Radio Shack TRS-80. But you had to roll the TV in the room and tune in to watch live. The first teacher, Krista McAuliffe, going into space, and then the unthinkable happened. All right, someone sharing, what are the odds, the irony, on the day that Ilhan Omar's supposed winery is divulged to be pretty much non-existent. She's making millions of dollars on this so-called winery, that she finds herself coming under attack that same day. We got to change the narrative. New York. Conservative commentator Benny Johnson alleging this past day the winery bearing the name of Representative Ilhan Omar pretty much only exists on paper. yet reportedly increased in value by nearly $5 million despite showing no evidence of actual wine production. Yeah, the winery allegedly has no physical location, a barely functioning website, no listed phone number, and social media accounts that appear inactive or deleted. He claims there has been no publicly verifiable evidence of wine ever even being produced or sold under the brand. Despite these red flags, Johnson said the business was still reportedly valued millions of dollars higher than before, raising questions about how such an increase could occur without tangible operations or inventory or consumer sales. Yeah, last I checked, a winery sells wine to make money. This time, they say there's been no public confirmation from Omar or her representatives addressing the claims. It's unclear who formally owns or operates the entity in question. No official filings or independent audits confirming the winery's valuation have been publicly released. Johnson has framed the allegations part of the broader call for transparency, simply saying this warrants further scrutiny. As of now, it's unverified claims. Yeah, there is no law enforcement that's announced any sort of an official investigation, but obviously with the ties to all the fraud that's been taking place there in the Somali community, Minnesota, no doubt. Yeah, of course, the president himself questioned how in the world did her net worth, I think he used $30 million as her net worth. I see numbers varying from 30 to 40 to $45 million. Came to this country with nothing, making, I believe is it $180,000 a year, working in D.C. there. It doesn't seem to fit. All right, the rest of the story on the non-domiciled CDLs. California has been big in the news. We had the trade group of Chinese truck drivers who had filed suit. They have been denied a temporary restraining order that would have stopped California from their pause in renewing commercial driver's license, part of the state's broader battle with the FMCSA. The Chinese American Truckers Association had filed suit against the FMCSA on January 7. And this past day, the judge, Jesus Bernal, of the District Court for the Central District of California, denied that group's request for a temporary restraining order. In his decision, the judge cited the California versus FMCSA battle that's led the federal agency denying the state funding because of objections to the pace that the Golden State has undertaken cracking down on those non-domiciled CDLs. The FMCSA has made clear California's issuance of non-domiciled CDLs, which the FMCSA interprets broadly and includes renewals, is prohibited, says the judge, in restraining the denial order, or denying the restraining order. Now, quoting the Chinese trade group's lawsuit, the judge said the plaintiffs charged California with reacting via a speculative fear of federal consequences. But the judge says that downplays the reality of what has happened to the state so far over the dispute with the FMCSA. The judge wrote, to back that up, he cites the FMCSA's decision to withhold what it says is more than $150 million in federal funding because of what the federal agency says is California's non-compliance with federal standards. Should California continue to administer its non-domiciled CDL program in a manner the FMCSA deems out of compliance, they can withhold additional money and even decertify California's entire CDL program, says the judge. Such a development would be catastrophic. We know the background of the ongoing battle, the standoff over the 17,000 CDLs that were supposed to have been canceled back here earlier in January. That's already led to the loss of federal funding that the judge referenced in his decision. California has complied with other steps demanded by the CSA, and the action of non-domiciled renewals falls in that category. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting? Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Yeah, just real quick, I came across a memo from the Tulsa International Airport. This applies around the country, but it's a TSA reminder. Apparently beginning this Sunday, February 1, travelers who arrive at any TSA checkpoint without a real ID or another TSA-approved form of identification will then be required to use the TSA's Confirm ID service and pay a $45 fee per person for identity verification. That Confirm ID option is valid for 10 days of travel and has to be paid for online in advance. They've been working toward this real ID thing, traveler's ID, for years now. And they do say more than 94% of travelers are currently already using a real ID or other acceptable form of identification. If you're not sure, you can check whether your ID is compliant at the website tsa.gov/ID. I didn't realize that, February 1. Okay, back at it at 844-844-3388. Looks like Carl joins us here on a hump day. Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. The weather this past week has been really cold and icy. I had to do a run Friday night and worked into Saturday, so I didn't get back. I had to drive really slow through Knoxville on my way back from Alabama, and it started getting really icy up there in Knoxville in the afternoon there. on Saturday, and I didn't get back till about 5 p.m. But supposed to be back really by 12. So, but yeah, it took a while to get back, but I made it back. But all of my crew that we work with out of Corbin, we didn't even run on Sunday night, and a bunch of them didn't run on Monday either because of the snow and ice on the highway right out there off of exit 29 there in Corbin. So, yeah, we had to take a little break there on Sunday and Monday, and got back into it Tuesday last night. But, man, it was bitter cold last night, single digits all the way down into Alabama and back. But tonight's a little bit of relief. It was in the 30s, mid-30s down in Alabama tonight. I'm in Chattanooga coming back north right now. But anyway, hopefully the weather will clear up, and won't be back this way again. But I'm sure it will.
I mean, based on everything I'm seeing, it's. The cold ain't going anywhere. Like we're at a whopping 1 outside the secret bunker, and we're going to be in the single digits overnight right through the upcoming weekend. I mean, I don't see us hitting the freezing mark according to our forecast till a week from today.
Yeah.
Burr.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Yeah. So anyway, getting into the protesters, I'm just thinking, wow, man, that these people. I mean, this guy who brought his gun and, his 2 clips. I mean, talk about ignorance, okay? I mean, really, in all reality. And his parents said that this man had quit his job, okay, as reports that I'm reading right now, had quit his job as a VA nurse months ago to become this paid
pretty much
protester.
a full. Yeah,
okay.
I saw some of those reports. I was not able to confirm that, but I mean, we do know that. Yeah, he had that altercation with ICE. Like a week before he got shot, broke a rib in the process in the scuffle, and then felt like he needed to start carrying a gun. Obviously, if he's carrying a gun, he knows he's going to be causing more trouble. I guess he thought at some point he might have to use that for personal defense, apparently.
Yes, and apparently, he felt like he had to help this woman who was supposedly in distress at the point to where he got back up when the ICE agent got a hold of him, and he started pushing back on the ICE agent there, okay?
Yeah.
So you can't do that. I mean, you just can't do that. Nobody does that, all right? If they want to be alive, you don't push back on a police officer when they're grabbing a hold of you. I'm sorry. That's just not what you do. All right. These people need to know how to do a peaceful protest, actually. And I'm thinking, well, we've got driver's licenses for CDL commercial drivers, we need to know how to do this job. Okay. And along with that, there's people who need to know how to carry their pistol, okay? So they want, they need to know, so they do a seminar and they teach them how to do this this legal carry, okay? So they should know the rules on how to do all of that. And, well, in my opinion, I think they need a card to carry for protesting, if they're going to.
Well, you need to, the when, the where it's legal to carry. And obviously, apparently, he wasn't up to speed on the fact that when you're carrying a weapon and interfering with federal officials, ICE, Border Patrol, law enforcement, impeding their work, that's a crime. So now you're committing a crime armed with a weapon. That's, what do you say? Live and learn. But we'll be back. Hold the thought there. Back after this.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I just gave the farmers $12 billion.
President Trump says he loves the American farmer. In a Fox News interview at the Trump Machine Shed, that's in Urbandale, Iowa, Trump highlighted his $12 billion farm aid package announced last month.
Anybody in this room get any of it yet? Yes, yeah. A lot of people. It's a lot of money. And you know what? You deserved it. But we're taking in so much money from the tariffs that we can do that.
Farmers have lost billions in soybean sales amid stalled trade talks with China, but Trump says the aid is due to the Biden-era policies, not his tariffs. At least 50 California legislative Democrats are urging their congressional colleagues to block federal funding for immigration enforcement and even shut down the government over recent ICE-related killings, including the fatal shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy in Minneapolis.
You cannot watch these videos coming out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, and think that this is acceptable.
Lawmakers in Sacramento are also advancing bills that would curb federal agents' use of state property and increase oversight of immigration operations. The head of the National Transportation Safety Board says last year's deadly midair crash near Washington's Reagan National Airport was 100% preventable.
What we need to really talk about is a tower and tower personnel who were repeatedly saying, we have a safety problem here.
NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy testified that systemic failures and repeated warnings ignored by the FAA led to the collision between an American Airlines jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. 67 people were killed in that tragedy. Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 409 points. The S&P 500 rose 28 points. And the Nasdaq gained 215 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
A federal judge is blocking the deportation of a 5-year-old boy detained with his father. Liam Ramos was taken by federal agents from his family's driveway in Minneapolis. Homeland Security says the father wanted the child to stay with him. California Attorney General Rob Bonta says his office is prepared to investigate federal immigration agents for potential state crimes after the deadly shootings by federal agents in Minneapolis. He's drawing up plans in case similar incidents occur in California.
Local and state law enforcement prosecutors have the ability to prosecute for the violation of state criminal laws, including federal immigration enforcement officers if they violate the criminal laws.
Bonta emphasized that federal agents do not have blanket immunity from state criminal investigations. New York City Mayor Zoran Mandani is warning New Yorkers to take precaution from dangerous cold that's hitting the Big Apple this week.
With temperatures forecasted to be well below freezing and even dipping into the single digits at times, Mayor Mamdani is taking action. He's opening up more warming locations, making more warming buses available, and expanding outreach to try and get the homeless indoors.
At least 10 New Yorkers have tragically lost their lives after being found outdoors. We don't yet know whether every case will be ruled hypothermia, but we need every New Yorker to be on alert, looking out for their neighbors.
This week will be the coldest New York has felt in 8 years. Scott Pringle, New York.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.88. The highest prices are found in Kauai, Hawaii at $4.92 a gallon, while Greer County, Oklahoma is down to $2.24 a gallon. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, what do you say? Here we go, final hour. We know a lot of people in the Deep South have been following recommendations about let your faucet drip to prevent the pipes from freezing, bursting. And I guess a whole lot of people had been following that advice this past day. From Fox 13 in Memphis, they tell us Memphis Light Gas and Water recommends customers please stop dripping your faucets in order to preserve water pressure. So many faucets dripping, and a lot of folks, I hear varying reports. Some say all you need is like a drip, drip, drip. You don't actually need a steady stream of water. I think others say, well, you just a pencil thin stream. You just need the drip. I think way too many people are letting the water actually slightly run to prevent the pipes from freezing. But when you've got tens or hundreds of thousands of people at the same time, apparently the water pressure had been dropping there. Now, I think Memphis is back up close to 30 degrees. Coming up, we'll get an update. I believe Senior Heatwave is out there actually playing in that mess down there. First, let me finish up with Carl. Welcome back.
Yes, thank you for bringing me back, Steve. About that dripping on the faucets, I did it one time, and my sink went bad on account of it. My faucet went bad because, or I don't know if that was why it went bad or whatever, but I had to go get another one because of that. I mean, it just really, it just caused it to wear out, I guess you could say. Inside of it, and so I find now that if I leave the cabinet doors open to the sink,
yes,
wherever it is, and the heat gets in there to the pipes, and it doesn't allow it to freeze.
Correct.
So, I think that's the best way to do it, actually. Getting to Christy Nome. She's got a lot of pressure on her, and she's trying to do this right, what needs to be done. And it's a big job and everything. And Tom Homan has been dispatched up there to Minnesota because, they've got a big problem up there. And Walz and Fry isn't helping things. So I believe Trump was actually on the verge of calling the Insurrection Act up there.
He was.
And, I do believe that, and it was really close to happening. And if that would have happened, then Walz and Fry could have been actually arrested for being complicit in the whole thing, And actually, they are still responsible for a lot of the things that's going on here. And, of course, the Democrats would push back on that, too. But, that they've got to do what's right here. I mean, and Omar isn't helping anything either. Ilhan Omar, with her little speeches that she's given about all of this. And it's just gotten to be ridiculous what's going on up there. And the people that they're sending out here to do these violent protests, they're bringing their weapons with them, their flashbangs and their, things that they use, their smoke bombs, and then they're doing their horns and whistles things, just blowing them and messing up the hotel over there where the ICE agents was staying. I mean, this is violent rioting, I mean, they've got to understand that they can't be doing that. And if I tell you what, if they keep it up, Trump just may do the Insurrection Act up there still yet, because it's required in this case if they keep it up, And so, and as far as Iran goes over there right now, Iran is in deep trouble as well, and they had better do what's right over there too. They better straighten up. Trump's got the Armada over there, and it's in position pretty much right now where it needs to be. And I just believe that something may occur over there pretty soon too, because of what they've done already. All right, so they've really caused a big major issue over there with the killing of their protesters and whatnot. What's going on over there? That was big time.
Yeah,
what they did there. And so, thank you for taking my call, Steve. Appreciate
All
it, buddy.
right. Carl, hey, thanks for being with us. Glad to hear from you. Let me see. I mentioned Senor Heatwave is actually out there playing on what are the road conditions in and around Memphis?
I can't say the 4-letter word, but I'll just say the 6-letter word, crappy.
Oh, okay.
It is nasty. I got up at our terminal there in Olive Branch, and thank you, Brain Dad, for helping me find that place with my co-driver. Man, it was like driving on a sheet of ice. Now, I've not been on an ice rink, but the snow was flattened, smooth. And where they had gone in and carved, that's the only thing I could say, carved out at the yard, I mean, it was like 3 inches thick. Smooth, slick, I mean, just, the roads were absolutely horrendous. I know these people are not set up to have snow plows to go out there, but one lane of interstate in Mississippi was open, one lane of US 78 from Olive Branch up to Memphis was open, and then all the side streets, only one lane was open. And I know some people have not had the experience of driving on ice, but damn, when you're too cautious, you know, afraid of every little thing out there, then you become a hazard. And yeah, and so it took an hour to go from Olive Branch to West Memphis, Arkansas, to the Loves up there, and I know I'm going to catch a bunch of crap from that because I'm the Loves guy, apparently. If you need to know where Loves is, I might know where it's at. You know, so, but yeah, it was 30 at the Loves, and I'm about 30 minutes, 25 minutes west of West Memphis, and the temperatures dropped down to 24. Interstate 40 so far looks pretty good. Both lanes are cleared. They got some snow on the side of the roads, ice and whatnot, but yeah, sounds like I missed a lot of things when I was asleep. So what's going on there? California's trying to make it a state law that they can prosecute federal people for breaking state law. What kind of nonsense is that? You know, if the states would have gone ahead and done their due diligence, you wouldn't have this kind of crap going on right now. If you've got illegal aliens in the jails, give them up. Obviously, if they're in jail, they're kind of the worst of the worst. Don't be, don't be out there
And
saying
that's
oh,
the
we gotta
federal
protect
law.
these people.
They've got 1,600 of them in jail. Yeah, I don't know if it's just Minneapolis or the state of Minnesota, but 1,600 criminal aliens in jail.
You know, then they're raising hell about the 5-year-old being deported. And it's like, well, you know, if he's there with the parent says, well, I want him to come with me, why are you blaming the federal government? I didn't hear a whole lot of griping from the left when they went in and took that little 5-year-old kid and sent him back to Cuba during the Clinton administration. You know, you know, Dems really don't have a leg to stand on when they're trying to, you know, poo-poo the fact that, you know, well, it was just a child that needed to go back with his family, and then come over here and start screaming, oh, you're separating family. You know, and it doesn't do any good that they agitate the rioters, and I'm not going to call them protesters. They are rioters. Because there ain't nothing damn peaceful about these people. I mean, they spit on you, they yell at you, they cuss at you, they get up in your face.
Bite your finger off.
You know, trying to, yes. You know, and then they throw stuff back at you. Of course, that one of them, I don't know if she lost fingers or not, but she got what she deserved. You know, she FA'd and FO'd. So, and then you got people like the Attorney General in Arizona basically telling the people there, if you see an ICE agent masked doing their job, it is okay for the populace to shoot them. Now, that is asinine. I mean, if you want to start a civil war, then this ain't going to be a war between the states. It's going to actually be a civil war. You start putting that crap out on the airwaves and newscasts and tell them it's okay to shoot government officials. I'm sorry. Some folks are going to find out the hard way, and Lord help them. I mean, why do they? And it's funny how the left wants to have gun control, except for when it suits them and their needs, and it's like, all right, everybody can have a gun.
Yeah, right now we need guns. Yeah.
So, anyways, so I pretty much don't know what I'm talking about right now, so I'll just go ahead and shut up and let y'all go, and hopefully I'll wake up early enough so I can hear what's going on.
Well, good luck on the roads there. I think he did say it had warmed up to like 30 degrees, and it's slick out. Skating rink in areas. Now, this was posted from northern Mississippi. We've been talking about that this morning. Some areas did warm up enough this past day to have some melting, and they had some slushy conditions. Everything has frozen over solid again overnight. This was directly from the DeSoto County government website about 3 hours ago. And they're in the Central Time, right? So about 1 o'clock Eastern. Yeah, but talking about road conditions on I-55, 269, and I-22/78 in North Mississippi. Extremely dangerous and life-threatening. DeSoto County Road Department crews are assisting Mississippi DOT tonight, treating the dangerous sections of 55 and are now working along DeSoto County EMA to assist with stalled and stranded vehicles on the interstate. Crews are coordinating with law enforcement, other first responders, being joined by the Mississippi National Guard. Transportation Commissioner John Caldwell expressed his appreciation to DeSoto County for supervisors monitoring the county crews to support the state's emergency operations. Due to the severity of conditions, the governor's deployed reinforcements to assist with moving vehicles and sanding roadways. But right now they're saying do not travel unless it's an absolute emergency. If you're headed to the interstate in northern Mississippi, go another way, or better yet, stay home. Vehicles are stuck, roads are iced, conditions unstable. If you're already on the road, well, stay where you are. And another morning with many people stranded potentially for hours and hours. That was a similar scenario that unfolded this past morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, what was a couple of days ago we were talking about we've officially pulled out of the World Health Organization. Pretty much told them to pound sand. We'll make our own decisions when it comes to the health of the American people. Of course, we had to give them a 1 year's advance notice, which obviously President Trump did in the first few days in office just over a year ago. Another executive order, which the time has come and gone. The United States is formally out of the Paris Climate Agreement, completing the president's long-promised and repeated withdrawal from the global pact that he branded very unfair to America. So he moved to pull the U.S. from the agreement on his first day back in office in 25. Again, the withdrawal required a 1-year waiting period under the rules of the pact. The United Nations confirmed last year the U.S. would exit, taking effect on January 27. That was this past day. We are now the only country to have left the Paris Agreement, not once but twice. If you recall, President Trump withdrew us from the accord in his first term, arguing it placed unfair burdens on American workers and businesses. Joe Biden, of course, then rejoined, a move that Trump repeatedly criticized before reversing it again. Thanks to President Trump, the U.S. has officially escaped from the Paris Climate Agreement, which undermined American values and priorities, wasted hard-earned taxpayer dollars, stifled economic growth, says White House spokesperson Taylor Rogers. This is another common-sense America First victory for the American people. The Paris Agreement encouraged countries to voluntarily set targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, right? Critics argued the pact disadvantages the U.S. while allowing other major polluters, in particular like China, to keep on doing what they do, avoid any real commitments. But this obviously highlights the broader shift away from this international climate policy, the madness, criticizing foreign governments for pursuing renewable energy mandates, and has warned of tariffs on countries that support carbon taxes on shipping. It's also canceled international aid intended to help poorer nations address rising seas and climate-related risks. We are now among the few countries without a formal national goal to actually reduce climate emissions. Even before the withdrawal, though, this administration had pretty much stepped away from all of the international climate process stuff, saying it's just a big money grab, money transfer, New World Order redistribution of wealth, I think is the way they put it. Meanwhile, Gilligan, how's your week going?
Oh, it's not going too bad. So that's my first night out. Monday night we shut down because of the storms. Well, like I said earlier on the chat line, we got about 7 inches of snow. They're GMA and BS Enterprises, a skyscraper, but we got sleet all day Sunday and kind of beat it down. So it actually ended up about 7 inches of a combination. So we got about a 2-inch layer thick, well, maybe not 2 inches, but close to it. of ice on top of that snow now. I want to say this, Aaron Beard, my family's thoughts and prayers go out to you. I can't imagine what you're going through. I mean, I know Gummy Bear means the world to you and your wife and everybody, and it just, unless you've been there, you can't imagine what that's like. Everybody, keep Gummy Bear in your thoughts and prayers. That's got to be horrendous. He said those who missed the call, he has a rare form of cancer that there's really no treatment for, and it's complicated other things. And Steve, I know you can remember more of what he said on that. You know, it's just a fine shame. Steve, I know you're coming up on the break. Could you hold me over?
Yeah, we can do that. Certainly. Yeah, looking up 29 past the hour. We do have some, I don't know, is it positive news? We'll look at it. Let's look at the bright side. Reasons for freight market optimism have indeed materialized, they tell us, in recent weeks. The total spot market cycle indicator moved into positive territory for the first time since April of 2025. We'll give you more of the numbers from the OIDA Foundation coming up just ahead.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is praising John Deere during a campaign-style speech in Clive, Iowa. Trump highlighted a new John Deere factory in North Carolina, saying it's going to pay off very, very big, joking that if it doesn't, he will deny involvement.
How is John Deere stock doing? Great? All-time high? It's all-time. Everyone. I don't have to even ask the question. I mean, I made a lot of people rich.
Iowa's home to John Deere's largest global manufacturing complex as Trump continues a tour ahead of the 2026 midterms. Pinterest is preparing for its pivot towards AI with plans to reduce its workforce.
The digital pinboard company will lay off less than 15% of its staff as it moves to AI-focused roles. Pinterest is also set to reduce office spaces, with the total restructuring charges estimated at around $35 to $45 million, and plans are expected to be completed by the end of September. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has
There's the fix, our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. All right, we left off. Gilligan. All right, welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks for holding me over, Steve. Yeah, like I said, just please pray for Aaron Beard and his family. That's something that, unless you've been through it, you can never imagine what it's like, I'm sure. I mean, I can't imagine it would be like if it was my daughter. I believe it's his grandson.
Grandson, yes.
Yes, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's got to be a lot, very hard, all around on the family and everybody. Well, I need to flip over kind of to a lighter note. Heatwave was calling in there. Steve, I think we need to get some help for Heatwave. He's got to the point to where if there is a Love's along the road, he feels the need to stop. And if they got a McDonald's, get a frappe latte with espresso and I think it's whipped cream caramel sauce. And he's broke his New Year's resolution. Steve, he keeps on getting rainbow sprinkles on him. I swear to boy, I love him to death and love him like a brother, but I worry about him. You know, Maverick, I'm reaching out to you. Our research and development here at GMA and BS Enterprises is working on a similar situation with the blowers. Now, he said he was going to use a jet blower from NASCAR, and he's having trouble with it blowing the siding off the houses, right? Well, I don't know why we got these two on it, but Charlie and that right wingnut have been working on a contraption similar to that. Somehow or another, they got about a dozen leaf blowers bolted together. I don't know. They're talking about getting a diesel engine and putting a big fan on it. Steve, I think we need Maverick over here to help us with this idea.
Sounds like he's on the same wavelength. He's on the same wavelength anyway. Yeah, a jet dryer.
Yeah. I mean, Maverick is fitting right in over here at GMA and BS Enterprises, especially with his work with H&H and H and M and J and R. And however he used to say it, he'd get the stutter and throw an extra H in there. Back in the day, I mean, heck, I mean, unfortunately, we've lost several in that list, though, and it's a crying shame. I mean, we've got consultant work from Dirty Harry filled in there a little bit. Maverick has contacted us. He had the airline thing going there for a little bit with the Bush pilot, but we're reaching out to Maverick. Come join us, Maverick, and help us with this project, Well, anyway, Steve, I think I need to get off here, and hope everybody has a safe night, and hope everybody stays warm. Yeah, take care.
All right. Thank you for checking in there. Gilligan, have a good morning. All right. The down cycle in trucking. Pushing in on 3 years now? Reasons for optimism, according to the OOIDA Foundation's January freight market update. The total spot market cycle indicator, as I mentioned, moved into positive territory for the first time since 2025. Rates were up overall. Capacity has tightened, according to the January market update. Despite this progress, further analysis shows it is still too early to declare an end to the freight recession. Manufacturing continues to contract, while data shows further weakness in production and inventories. We believe the rate gains reflect a mix of seasonality, weather disruptions, and tightening capacity, according to the foundation. Recent improvements are being driven more by shifts in capacity than a true market recovery. Breaking it down, starting with the van market, though, all 6 regions reported increased demand, the West Coast reporting the largest increase. Spot rates also increased by the largest amount on the West Coast and were up in all but 2 regions. In the flatbed market, demand rose in most regions. The lone decrease was the Mountain Central. Rates were up across the board and increased year over year for the 10th consecutive month. In the reefer market, a sharp rise in demand, unusual for this time of year, was reported in 5 out of 6 regions. The most favorable ratios were in the Northeast and the West Coast regions. Rates were similar to demand, increases for most, highest increases in the Southeast and the West Coast regions. So overall, the big picture, the Cass Shipment Index fell month over month and is down year over year. 4 higher volumes were clearly soft in the fourth quarter. An active winter is freezing out some freight capacity, supporting the strongest run of spot rates in 4 years in the 4 weeks through mid-January. The retrenchment has begun in the dry van market, but reefer spot markets remain particularly tight here in January. Seasonally adjusted estimated for higher carriers defied expectations. Entry levels have largely moved sideways since December of 2023. And, of course, the industry has seen a net loss of carriers since the fourth quarter of 2022. The Trucking Operating Cost Index that tracks month-to-month changes in major cost, still elevated compared to the pre-pandemic years. The used truck market outpaced historic averages, rising for the first time in some 5 months. Manufacturing contracted for the 10th consecutive months, according to the Institute for Supply Management. The new orders index also declined. The housing market index marking 11 consecutive months of decline. According to the National Association of Home Builders, 40% of builders reported cutting prices, and sales incentives reached the highest percentage since the COVID era. And it's 844-844-3388. See if, let's see, Eagle. Are you with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, hello?
All right, we got you, Eagle. You had some thoughts on what, Elon Omar? What's on your mind?
Yeah, I got a couple things to say. Hey, listen, Steve, I guarantee you this time tomorrow when I call the show, tomorrow night, when I call in, you could bet to believe that all of the talking, the lunatic left people on CNN, MSNBC, Fox, and all the else, ABC, all of them are going to be talking about this Omar. They're going to wear this. They're going to show this video so much, just like they're doing with this pretty guy. They're going to wear this out. You watch. You mark my words, Steve. Tomorrow, watch you say that this guy was a Donald Trump lunatic. That he's a Donald Trump supporter because they looking for a reason to say that Trump people are out of control. When they're the ones that's out of control, they're the ones that's standing in front of hotels and blocking traffic and you're doing all kind of crazy stuff. But they're gonna make this guy out. To me, Steve, like I say, I don't want nobody. But this looks like this might be staged,
right?
For what some of your other listeners and other, I've been looking at the internet and they saying the same thing because it makes no sense if the man whatever he sprayed on her, like you said, they would have immediately got her out of that building and got her to a medical facility to check her out, whatever the hell that was, to check it out. But they didn't do that, and she continued on talking. She, even though, she said that she wasn't gonna let these people spoil her night. And she basically gave a word. She said that if you listen to the whole video, she said we don't want to let these people run the show. And that's the people that whoever this man was. So I believe that this was a staged event to get her some sympathy because she knows she's in trouble with the authorities for the fraud. And like you said, like one guy said, Steve, if she's stolen all his money, she's already shown what kind of person she is. So I wouldn't be shocked if she staged this whole thing because whatever he sprayed, like I said, it didn't seem to affect her. So I don't know who this guy was. Hopefully we can find out more news when I call in tomorrow. We'll know who this man, what his name is, and where the hell he come from, and who is this guy. So we'll be able to make, just like we found out about the pretty guy, Steve. The first couple of nights, we didn't know who this guy was. Come to find out, he had already been involved with the police before this incident even took place. So he's not as good a guy as they had made him out to be the left. So like we learned throughout the night with some of your other callers. So people need.
Yeah, and I think we got an identity on that guy here, as a matter of fact. If you'll hold that thought, we'll come back. And a 55-year-old, and definitely a foreign-sounding name, but we'll give you more ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Now that the calendar has changed to January, it's time to look forward to the 2026 season, and it all begins soon. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Are you counting down the days till trucks and tractors start slinging dirt? Me too. Good news, the season starts in about 3 weeks. But you do need to go south to catch the shows. That's right, Florida. The NTPA Grand National Championship polling opens the 2026 season in Inverness, Florida for the first time, having the season open in the Sunshine State. It all begins on Valentine's Day, Saturday, February 14th, and then back on the track again on Sunday the 15th at the Citrus County Fairgrounds, with Region 6 pullers taken to the dirt. With 5 classes taken to the track, there'll be no shortage of action or horsepower. With the 3.0 diesel trucks, modified tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, minis, and hot farm tractors pulling both days, if you're into polling and looking for a reason to go south, you have just found your reason. NTPA Executive Director Greg Randall spoke about the event saying, quote, "The NTPA is incredibly excited to kick off our 2026 circuit in the sunny confines of Florida. Inverness is the perfect place to launch a season filled with horsepower, innovation, and unforgettable moments. We can't wait to see the stands packed and the track roaring as we begin a new era of NTPA championship polling. Good news, a month later, the Southern Swing officially gets underway in Zellwood, Florida, the weekend of March 13th and 14th, with 4 classes hitting the track. Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, modified mini rods, 4.1 limited pro stock tractors, and for the first time ever in Florida, light modified tractors. With the defending Grand National champion Wayne Sullivan making the trip for the NTPA Southern Swing, it's sure to be full of dirt, action, and lots of horsepower. The next weekend, the same 4 classes make their way a bit north into Satsuma for 2 nights of pulling. If you can't make it to Florida, need not worry. Full Pull Live will be streaming both events, so you don't have to leave the comfort of your home. Speaking of watching pulling at home, you can watch every week with NTPA Championship Pulling on RFD TV. Every Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern, you can watch the best pullers in the country take the toughest tracks head-to-head. From traditional-looking farm tractors to multi-engine monsters, you'll see them during a look back at the 2025 season with NTPA Championship Pulling on RFD TV. If you're also chomping at the bit for NTPA Pulling, very simple. You can find schedules, participants, news, and more just a click away, and even get your NTPA gear at ntpapoll.com. It is a one-stop shop for everything NTPA, and you can purchase things to go to every pull, and you can find out the 2026 schedule the moment it gets released. It will be posted to ntpapoll.com. Again, that website, ntpapoll.com. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul. Priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, so obviously we don't know much about the individual, but he's been identified. The guy that sprayed the, quote, unknown substance during that town hall in Minneapolis this past evening. I've seen all kinds of speculation. Someone said it was probably bacon grease. Yeah, I don't know. Some of those in the room said it smelled like vinegar. It had a a foul stench. Nonetheless, police identified the man as a 55-year-old Anthony Kazmierczak, according to the Associated Press. Online records from Newsweek show Kazmierczak was booked into the county jail this past evening, third-degree assault. Not known if he has an attorney at this point. Police previously, of course, told Newsweek officers working at the town hall observed as this guy used a syringe to spray the unknown liquid on Ilhan Omar, the U.S. representative. She was speaking at the time, and it was right at the time where she called for the abolishment of Immigration and Customs Enforcement and for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to either resign or face impeachment. The guy said something when he was approaching her, but couldn't really understand what he said on the microphone there. But again, the oddest thing is, being a representative, something like that taking place, she seems to be very nonchalant, non-concerned. I mean, what if it was some sort of a poison, some sort of an acid? She refused to go seek any medical, even at the urging of others there. It's like, you need to go, what the hell was that? You better find out. Not concerned. Stayed there and continued speaking, and not exactly sure where she went ultimately after that. Did she actually go in? I think they said they had called in some forensic people or something, I guess, I'm assuming, to test whatever the chemical was. We did briefly last evening touch on Minnesota. FBI Director Kash Patel said more arrests are coming, and said that the Bureau has made some progress in their investigation of the groups who are funding these demonstrations. This was on Monday. The FBI director said the Bureau is investigating alleged group funding of these protests. We've also got investigations ongoing into the funding. We've made substantial progress. We've actually found groups and individuals, because what is happening is not occurring organically, as he put it. This isn't regular, everyday people coming out there into the street. Also, in the interview, he said 4 people were arrested earlier this month after the federal vehicle was broken into there. Another person apparently was arrested on Sunday, just a couple of days ago. Of course, that was caught on video. In the vehicle, we discovered not just FBI firearms, which thankfully we recovered, but also personal information about law enforcement. Now, that personal information was being used on the ground to issue threats of life to FBI agents, their wives, and their children. Now, he did say there are going to be more arrests on that matter today and tomorrow. We're not done yet. Of course, he said that on Monday. Last week, the FBI actually announced they'd be offering a reward up to $100,000 for information leading to the arrest and capture of those who stole the government property out of that FBI vehicle. Meanwhile, right on the heels of the arrests in Minneapolis Monday night into Tuesday morning, it was this past evening, Tuesday night, dozens of demonstrators arrested in New York outside of a hotel there after the anti-ICE protest erupted outside that hotel. It was the Hilton Garden Inn on 6th Avenue in the Tribeca neighborhood, drawing a large police response, they say, as demonstrators gathered near the entrance, refusing the orders to disperse. Witnesses said protesters were repeatedly warned for some 45 minutes to leave the area, but would not comply. So the law enforcement moved in to clear the scene and make arrests. One local ABC affiliate reports at least 40 people were taken into custody as officers there worked to restore order. No reports of injuries in that particular scenario, but police, they say, were still on the scene late into the evening last night to quell or prevent any further disruptions. I don't know what was maybe going on at that particular hotel, the Hilton Garden Inn, but that's where the protesters opted to gather. But 40 arrests, they weren't messing around. Take them down, take them in. All right, with that, we'll close things out here for a Wednesday. Hard to believe, midweek hump day, 28th day of January. Be safe traveling out there. Try to stay warm. And, hey, we'll do it all again come the midnight hour tonight, our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,